Hello everybody, good morning. It is 11:15. Are we recording? 11:15 on July 22nd. This is a work session. I believe it's work session number 5 for ARPA round 2. And the best laid plans of mice and men. To clerk, I would ask you to take the roll.
Oh, what a good question.
Why don't we go around the table, Mr. Peterson?
Pete Peterson, Randy Salt, Daniel Nolan,
Felix Rivera.
Forrest Hunter.
Exalta.
Sinclair Davidson in the other room. Christopher Constant is here. Who's on the phone?
Jamie Allen.
Kevin Cross.
We have Jamie Allen and Kevin Cross on the phone. Thank you. We do have a quorum present. And with that, I'm going to hand the floor over to Claire Ross. Oh, actually, no, hold on. Before I hand the floor over to Claire, 2 members of the public who are here, I just want you to know that 2 meetings ago, the chair made a determination that it wasn't appropriate to have advocates speak on behalf of projects at this time because it wasn't set as a baseline at the beginning, and it wouldn't be fair to allow at a certain point a different process to occur. And so what I would offer is that we all have an email that's public. Some of you might have cell numbers of people who can kind of bring your questions to the table as we're having these conversations. But I'm sorry to let you know that we aren't going to have open time for advocates to speak on their projects at this time, just for fairness sake. So with that said, there's an agenda here that details out a workflow, and I raised a concern with the team that it might not be exactly how we want to walk through the process. Claire, I can hand it to you, or members can also add some thoughts on how they might want to proceed, but I guess first to you.
All right, Claire Ross, Legislative Liaison. You will note we're without our facilitators today, so we've taken the training wheels off and going back to more of your traditional assembly process for making decisions. As you will recall, in the past few weeks, we each created individual priority lists, and then at the last meeting, we went around the table and we each took turns moving your priority onto the draft project list. So I took all of that information and put it into a spreadsheet, and we had developed the consultants helped you develop a process that you all seem to like, where you went around the table and nominated projects, and each got a turn, and then got to flip your colored cards to note if you had any concerns or questions on that project. So we are going to continue that process. When we left off, so we are going to switch this agenda around. When we left off last time, you had next wanted to do a round robin on projects under 100,000, and then get in a few more rounds where you can move projects from priority level 3 up to priority level 2. So before we get started, I'll run through the spreadsheet with you so you can understand it. This is the colored document. I think I got a printed copy for each of you. And Shelly, if you could just go to the very top, I'll start working through it. You'll notice we added some columns. We put back a column to match it with your assembly categories that you created already. Is the buckets you wanted to see funding for: child and family support, housing, economic development, which includes community investment, and a healthy workforce. We also looked up how these all fit into the ARPA fund categories that are created by the feds, just to make sure that the final product is in alignment with the federal requirements. And then on a few of the projects that are definitely neighborhood specific, we did write the district that they're in. We didn't do it for every single one, so if you feel like there's ones that shouldn't be associated with the district because they're area wide, or if you want to add a district, just let us know and we can update that column. And I think it was really specific to capital projects. So the different sections, since there is an item before you, For the guest house already, I put that in its own section so you can keep track of it. If it does get passed using ARPA funding, we'll just have to note that 3.4 million and take it off your total. The next section is priority level 1. These were ones that had a champion or a handful of champions on the assembly, and then did not have serious concerns or questions from any members when we went around. And then moving down, the next level is priority level 2. So these were also ones that had a champion who it was one of your top priorities, but there were other members who had concerns or questions. And the next one is recreation. A number of these recreation projects were people's first or second priorities, but you wanted to look at all the recreation projects as a whole. Now, I will tell you this list of the colored list you have does not include all projects that were submitted. These are only ones that had one or more assembly champions. So you wanted to look at all of those recreation ones as one bucket. Next you have priority level 3. These are ones you just didn't get to at the last session. Oh, sorry, this is, there's two, I divided priority level 3 into 2 sections. There's ones that are 100,000 and less, because throughout this process, many of you have mentioned that you wanted to look at those independently, because some of them just can't compete with the multi-million-dollar projects, but are still important in their own right. So I separated those out, so you can look at them separately. Then moving down, the orange is priority level 3 that are over 100,000, and these are projects that one or more of you brought forward to the last meeting but had not gotten picked as your top priority yet. So I think, let me just see if I have any other notes I wanted to share with you. I guess just one note I will tell you is none of these are final until they go on the resolution, so things can move between lists, financial amounts can change. I think it's kind of, I don't know, like gold mining, like first you go through the big rocks, and then you've got your well, I don't know anything about mining, but you narrow it down until you've got gold dust. And you might go back and pick some more rocks and redo those with a different lens. So I think be bold in picking amounts for these things because they're not final. But anything you get with a bold number helps you figure out how much money you have left for other items. So if you pick a number today, it's not necessarily the number that's going to make it onto the AR, but it might help you just see how the finances, what your funding lines up with your values and priorities. So I think I'll open it up to see if you have any comments on this process. Otherwise, I was going to suggest that we go to the round the table on the 100,000 and under projects. It looks like Mr. Peterson has a question.
Thank you. And then at the end, we've got in black and white, the projects have been removed and combined. Is there any way to note which color these combined projects have been placed in or anything? Or?
Thanks for bringing it up. I forgot to mention that last section. There were a handful of projects. Shelly, maybe you could go to the bottom. There were a handful of projects that you wanted to merge into one. For instance, ACEH had 2 projects, so one of you wanted to put them both and give an amount to, Alaska Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. You wanted to give them one amount and let them decide how to spend it between those 2 projects. There were a handful, and so those ones, we'll have to comment later on where they are. I think they're in priority 1 or 2. There were quite a few submissions on mental health in schools, and so we did some more research, and that is in the research packet that we gave you. So those were a handful of groups, and that one is in priority 1. It's the last one in priority 1, I think, second to last. And then there was one more group that got combined.
area plans or community plans?
Oh, the area plans, there's a Midtown plan submitted and the Girdwood plan submitted, so you combine those and add a little bit of funding for some extra plans,
And subdivision.
and including South Edition.
Yes, thank you.
So how do you feel about doing around the table with projects 100,000 or less? That was the last thing you wanted to do at the last session of the meeting.
I think maybe we should get through well, so I think, Chris, priorities versus, as the chair, priorities versus big ones. Is there, at the last session, when we were kind of going around the table, was it understood that that was our first priority? The projects that we were putting forward, our highest priority, or were they sort of like bigger amounts? I'm thinking about the nexus of amounts and then priorities.
So let me reflect that question back to you, because I have an answer to that question. But for you, in your process, were you picking your highest priorities, or were you picking the ones that had the most economic number? Because, you know, there's definitely a tension between those 2 points. What was your process?
I think I was trying to make that triangulation in my head to move high priorities that had certain amounts forward. And so there was a combination for me. So the 2 projects that I put forward were upper priority for me, even though there's other projects that I would like to move forward as well, before maybe we get to the smaller amounts or the recreational ones.
Right, and so I would ask similarly if anyone wants to speak up to their methodology from the last process. Right? Because I think really there is a tension between, did you pick your highest priority or did you pick your biggest amount for recognizing that money might run out, or not wanting to spend your real important priority on the small one? Because, you know, what was your process there? Because that's a fair conversation for us to lay out the foundation. I mean, I'll say it for me, I picked the biggest number of projects, not my highest priorities, because I didn't want the big projects that I want not funded, right? Which, to me, provided a disincentive to go for the smaller ones, which hamstrings those small projects. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I guess for me, just thinking more broadly, you know, since the beginning, I feel like this process has gotten quite convoluted, because we started with green dots, and then we did priorities, and then we did champions, and now I have no clue how all of those things came together to form this packet that we have here. And I don't know, like, I think you said not all of the projects are on this packet. You know, when I was picking champions as an example, I didn't know that if I didn't pick a certain project to be a champion, that it wouldn't get on the packet. If I had known that, I probably would have picked a lot more projects to be champions of. So, you know, I think in terms of this agenda that we have in front of us, I do think that, yes, eventually we should get to 100 and under. I think that's a good exercise. But I think to start with, I do think that we need to come to some type of agreement on the process that we've come to so far. Where are we going to next? And I feel like if we don't come to that agreement, I feel like we're just going to keep doing this in circles.
Right. I have Ms. RDQ.
Thank you, Chris. I have to agree with Felix. I would have championed different things had I known, and I'm right aligned with Felix on his comment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Davidson.
Thank you. And I can relate to some of those comments too. One specific comment I gave to Claire yesterday and this morning, and by the way, thank you guys for doing this. I mean, any criticism or we gotta switch it over. It's just the nature of working with 11 strong-willed, 12 strong-willed people. I don't know if you identify strong-willed, but welcome to the club if you do. And I think we'll figure it out. And we could not have gotten to this point without your guys' help. So My issue I was sharing with Claire is that the priority two are things that people raised questions about. And I specifically remember Daniel and maybe others asking, if we raise questions, that doesn't put it down lower, right? It just makes it that we want to talk more about it. And now it is down lower. And so my issue with it, which Claire knows with the agenda as it's described, is that we would start funding under 100K projects, whether they're a priority or not, I mean, depending on the conversation, I guess. But they haven't necessarily all been an identified priority. Before we would get to priorities that we all picked, that we just had questions about. So I think at minimum, we should start with 1 and 2, talk through all of that. We don't necessarily need to finalize, and obviously we can't finalize in work session anyway, but conceptually finalize the numbers. But I think figuring those out and then maybe going to some of the recreational ones, that those were also priorities. If there were ones on there that were priorities for people, we should be talking about those all together. So maybe we do some sort of holistic conversation about all those items and then start looking at numbers. Because it just feels like too difficult to say, yes, yes, yes. Oh, I forgot about that one that was also a priority, but I know it's difficult. They do.
Mr. Salt.
I like that idea. It's almost like we're going to go through this agenda twice. We're going to go through it, pick the list, and then go back through it and pick the amounts. So I think that works.
And so for my part, Forrest, go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, I think the sort of elephant in the room, though, is so we at the very top of here we have $3.4 million assumed to be going to the guest house, but the plan that has been put forward has another $12.5 million or so for another purchase for homelessness issues, and I almost feel like we have to really hash that out before we do the rest of this process. Are we budgeting for $50 million of projects, or we've been budgeting for $38 million of projects?
Well, it's listed on here, so it's part of the.
Yeah, it's on there.
Oh, it is. Okay, my fault.
So I personally think that I did not get through these priority number 3. And I'm sorry, my phone is just going to beep because I'm not getting messages, so I have the volume up. So if it rings, I apologize. It's not that I'm being inattentive, but I'm trying to be attentive. So the priority 3 projects are projects that had a champion on the email, but didn't get through the first round. They didn't get through the first round, I believe, for lack of time, not for lack of interest. And so I am concerned that we proceed in narrowing priorities 1 and 2 in any way, or 3 with the recreational, without going through the remainder of those projects that are in the kind of salmon color. And identifying if these are priorities that should be in the green or in the yellow sections, right? Because it felt like we were making progress at the last meeting using the method that we had. We just didn't get through it. Right. And so I know that I said at the end of that meeting, I'm not comfortable assuming that the list of what we picked is the list we're going to move forward with because we didn't finish it. So
How quickly do you think we could do that?
I think we
With
could
the
do
salmon
it
ones.
pretty darn quickly because we got to a process that was very effective the last time. Claire? Thanks. There you go.
I was just gonna say that's what I'm proposing, but when we left off, you wanted to do a speed round with the ones at 100,000. If you don't want to do that anymore, we could then just go back to what we were doing with that salmon color list.
Personally, I don't care either way about the speed round. I think the rationale for the speed round is we have 15 minutes. We could get around and do it, but now that we have for the remainder of 5 hours, we can get to that, or 4 hours, whatever it is.
I think I would prefer to do salmon and then speed round.
Yeah.
But also realizing like we do have to eliminate some projects, and so we could endlessly go around the table. So at some point we'll have to reach a point where we're not putting projects. Do we have a limited number per champion of projects, or how does that work?
I think you would, at the last meeting, you had suggested doing 2 or 3 more rounds of that.
I think the challenge is that, so if you're the person who picks the community foundation homelessness or even Threads application, which is I think $9 million, but that's mine and Chris's is a $200,000 blah, blah, blah. I don't think number of projects is necessarily fair, and it leads to people picking big dollar items. So I think what we should do is, if we can, is have a holistic discussion about it and go just through the salmon and say, do we think this should be in the pile, whether at this amount or not, yes or no, and just try to, and maybe it's even a hand raise, how many people, do we have a majority, move it in the pile or not? Because that's ultimately what it's going to take to get a vote too.
So I mean the same way that I think we should go through every one of those projects until there are no more projects one way or the other. Then we have a more comprehensive list. Then we can again go through it, either deal with amounts or deal with eliminations. So, Shelley.
I would suggest a couple of things. If you championed a project and would like to suggest perhaps funding it at a lower amount, it's entirely possible to fund all of these projects at a lower amount. Or if you have a project on this list that you very passionately think that should not be funded, bring that up and let's get through it.
And the way we did it last time was, if there was a project that had a champion, but there were questions either about the amount or should we really do this, those went into the yellow category. And I don't know why we wouldn't just continue to use that process that we had, where if there's general agreement, it's green. If there's a champion and some agreement with questions, it's yellow. And if there's nobody, then it's done. And if we can get through the case as quickly as possible, then we can roll back to the agenda in the order that it's at with a more comprehensive list. Exactly. Then we do the bigger ones, the higher ones. And in particular, the ones, even though those are there, that wasn't necessarily the amount.
Well, and I think the ones were just because we didn't have a lot of questions. The ones are the twos. The twos and the ones are the same thing, and some people said, I have questions about that.
Right.
And I would have said, I have questions about that on some of the greens had I known that they would just automatically go. So in my mind, the ones and the twos are basically the same thing. And let's run through the salmon, put some of those in that same 1 and 2 pile, and then talk about it. How does that sound?
Yes.
I like it.
So if we were to repeat the process before, we're kind of skipping it where someone has to nominate a project, we're just going one by one. And then when we get to that one, you can have, flip your cards if you have a comment on that item or a question. And then that would follow the process we did last time.
I mean, it would be very rudimentary, but we could do something, it's hard for people on the phone to raise hands, I guess, but we have more than a majority, 7 or more people want this project to move forward. I mean, is that something we could do? Otherwise, I worry one person's going to propose it, then we're going to talk about it, then we're going to have questions about it, then it's just going to go in the other pile, and then we're going to reevaluate it. I don't know what's perfect. I'm just throwing out ideas, but.
Let's just try it.
I
We
guess
have
it's
to
a good way to
work
expedite it,
out.
yeah.
You guys
So-
keep on. I have to step out for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Then I'll leave for Chris on this until he gets back, but we'll just go through one at a time. We'll mention the project and then you flip the cards if you have a question or concern.
But we're not.
So if you think it should move to the next round, what do you do? Raise
You
your
don't put
hand?
anything down. You don't do anything. That's what we did last time.
Okay, so what I'm suggesting is, since we already have priorities that are taking up quite a bit of the funding, with a priority 3, they should be in a little more strict of a
Okay.
standard to get to the next level, because we're just gonna move everyone
I
and
see what
run out of
you're
money.
saying.
So I think we should show strong interest
Yeah.
in these before they move. I don't know how people feel about that.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to be in the affirmative now. I think we're at a point where we have to say yes or we have to say no.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, gotcha. And then you said you wanted to set an amount of people, 7.
It doesn't have to be that way. I was just throwing, I think Randy has a comment.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, you list the project. We gotta get faster, right? So list the
Yeah.
project, that's a yes. If you don't anything over, it's a no.
How many
Jamie, Kevin
people
wants to
think-
figure that out.
Can I cross on the line here? Would you give my purple Post-it to Randy? Thank you.
Yes. I will do that.
We have Kevin and Jamie.
Same here.
Is Jamie on the line? Yeah, Jamie. Chris just stepped out, but if you want to text
Randy's
me,
gonna really be
I can
multitasking.
flip your card over as well, because I'm sitting right next to them. Or
Do you want to
Randy.
divide them up or
Okay,
you want both?
if you have
Let's,
one card,
let,
that's fine.
let's label them.
Okay, Randy is going to flip.
Jamie just said you can have her turn.
Okay, I'll take Jamie's, so he doesn't have to deal with
Thank you.
100 texts. And, so Kevin, you text Randy when you like project. Jamie, you text me, okay?
Is there any
Perfect.
appetite
That's
to,
actually why Chris's phone is on, because he's a great chairman, he's gotta check his phone during meetings.
Yeah, he stepped out, so I just don't want you to get stuck.
is there any appetite to have someone suggest a funding level before we flip cards?
I think not yet.
I think we
Or
should do
just
that
set
once
proposed amount.
they all get to there,
Okay.
and say, these are the projects we want to fund, this is how much we have, this is how much, yeah, and then we figure it out. Thank you.
So your priority is, yeah.
So, okay, purple is now if you like it, because before purple was if you had concerns.
Yeah, you like
We
it.
gotta be fast. Okay, so this is purple is a yes vote, just reiterating that. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll start reading off the projects. Michelle, you're ready to count everyone's cards?
I'm ready.
Okay. The partners,
What number are we aiming for, did we decide that? Majority or less?
I just record the vote, majority.
Majority,
Record the votes? Okay, that's
And then we'll draw the line somewhere.
okay.
So, back quick, we don't have council here. I'm concerned about the process of voting.
Oh, okay, good.
I don't think it's a vote, I think it's just an
It's a
indication of
straw
support.
poll.
An indication of support.
Yeah, I mean, we do the same in comments, so I think it's just instilling your comment to say, yes, I support, or I don't.
And I would say if you don't vote, yeah, if you don't show support, it doesn't mean you don't like the project.
Yeah.
You're just not willing to put the weight behind it yet.
So, just for the record, let's all be very careful to not use the term vote. Just show your preference.
It's an instruction to staff to move it on the spreadsheet.
And if you have a conflict, Ms. Alto asked that question, I think you just don't vote, or you don't show your support, because that's what you would do, in general.
And the issue
actually,
of conflicts on this question, we determined early in the process that there is no official action occurring from this process.
I understand, but whether or not I'm being recorded as potentially in favor of something or not versus a conflict, I would like to have it be noted when I have a conflict. So can I just take a yellow sticky and stick it or something like that? Because I think that that's important context. It also will inform how you all have to deal with that later in the AR.
So I would reiterate that a member may state that they have a conflict on an item, but it is not a requirement at this point because there is no official action. So just,
Yeah.
you may, but you don't have to.
And so I think the outstanding issue is how many signs of support, how many members supporting? Did people say a majority? I think some did, but I want to make sure that.
You know, I would offer that it takes 5 members to set a meeting and that not having a majority is okay in this process, but 5 is probably a good number.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, with 5.
Okay, great.
That way
Thank you all.
Yeah, and then you can argue your point. You can
That's what
try
I'm
to-
looking at, I know.
okay, I'm gonna get started. There's one more kink in this that Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Perez Gurdia did email me a couple of projects they want to support, so.
Great, you do theirs.
Yeah.
Great.
Speak up for them. Okay, Partners for Progress, building purchase, securing the future of Partner Entry Center. Flip it if you want to move this to your priority list.
Flip it if we do.
Yes, if we do. It's a
And
yes.
what do you
Yes,
say the
it's a
dollar
yes.
amount next to it?
The amount they requested is $730,000.
So for my part, I am not supportive of the amount, but I am supportive of the project.
Yeah, and I think at this point, we're not really doing amounts, we're just doing
Yeah.
idea.
You want to move this to have further discussions on it and set an amount. So there's 3.
Got 3.
Okay. Umoja co-working and incubator business co-working space located in Mountain View geared towards BIPOC and ESL. Their request was for $400,000. I see 3, 4, 5. Okay.
All right.
6. Campfire Alaska Child Care and Summer Youth Development Programs.
Got 6.
6. Shugiak Senior Citizens, Housing, Rental Relief, Employee Morale, and Retention, and Healthy Living.
Okay.
Four. Eagle River Elks Lodge.
Eagle River.
You Are Never Forgotten, Rehoming Veterans, Household Supplies and Storage for Rehome Veterans in Anchorage Bowl. Their request was $140,000. That's you. Mr. Stolt has a conflict of interest on this one.
Yeah, I'm a member.
Okay, so then I think,
Wait, I probably do
Of the
too.
Eagle River?
Of that lodge.
Wait,
Long story. Friends.
So that one.
I don't know if people have
does
taken
that mean
action.
they can't put forward a purple card if you have a conflict?
No, yellow.
She puts a yellow card on hers.
No, Claire's asking, can they not put the purple card forward? Can they not show support and how do we do?
last week I checked with Mr. Gates on this, and in a work session forum, you can support something that you participate in, such as Mr. Solt brought forward the Hilltop project last time. He can bring it forward and support it and advocate for it, but he cannot vote for it on the dais. He would have to recuse himself.
So we can count all the ones that are down.
It doesn't sound right. But we have more than 5 even without conflicts. 1, 2, me, Felix, 4. So let's just move on.
Okay. Juanita Strong Forever Project 2022, Juanita's House Transitional Living Project to purchase a building for at-risk youth and provide wraparound support. Their request is for $650,000.
PD series.
Is that for one?
Okay.
For Juanita.
And Jamie supports.
3. Alaska Char Future Hospitality Leaders Program, Alaskan Grown Workforce grants to hospitality businesses for employee training certificates for $300,000. Mr. Peters, can you support that? Okay. American Legion Muldoon Post number 29, upgrade existing facilities for Americans with Disabilities Act. 2.
Jamie, I didn't hear you on that one, but there's only 1 or 2 votes, so I heard showing the supports. Oh, I got it. Thank you.
Rural CAP, Anchorage parents and teachers to deliver parents and teachers services to parents in homes. They requested $125,000. 0. Early learning for everyone. Oh, so that was 1 for the rural CAP. We got 1 for rural.
Yes. Jamie voted yes, or showed us support for Roka.
Okay. Early learning for everyone, child care employee preparation program to address the child care worker shortage. 5. Shugiak Eagle River Chamber of Commerce, plan for the Chief Alex Park Plan, Visitor Center, some Veracom mitigation, and a handful of economic development programs. They requested $674,000. Alaska Pacific University, expanding culturally safe nursing education at APU, increased student capacity for building renovations. Shiloh Community Housing, fresh beginning, expand housing for people at risk of experiencing homeless. Expand housing for people who are at risk of experiencing homelessness, and they requested $400,000. Ms. Salatel has a conflict, and there are 3.
This is much more effective than that.
Identity Inc., Identity Health Clinic expansion, and this is one that Mr. Perez Verdia supports. So that's 7. Alaska Works Partnership, Project Skills Gap programs to support workforce development and apprenticeships. 8.
Oh, Jamie said it too.
9. Providence Health and Services, Alaska House Permanent Supportive Housing, 51 units with an operator ready to go. They are requesting $1 million. Ms. Salatel has a conflict. Please leave them down. Did you get them, Shelley? Oh, you. How much was it?
I'm sorry, for the Providence?
Yeah.
There's only 5, I thought there were more, okay. Okay.
Oh, sorry. That was one for Miss LaFrance as well. The mayor's office, Ruin Road, Rand Road, Fish Passage, culvert replacement, project management, and engineering, and that was for $2 million.
I would just add a little sidebar note that there are a number of projects, if not supported, that are like this one that we should, at some point in the very near future, have a conversation about how we're going to put them on a bond and get them funded.
Mayor's office, Starner Street Bridge replacement, they requested $1.2 million. Two. Mayor's office, Sullivan Arena repairs, maintenance, and operations, they have requested $2.5 million. Two. Mayor's
I'm sorry, Ms. Aller, can you clarify? I thought you were saying yes, but I think, was that a no?
It's a no.
Okay, sorry.
So it's just one for that. Mayor's office, water and sewer infrastructure repairs, Chester Creek Sports Complex, and Fairview Rec Center for parks and recreation at $450,000.
Again, this is a category of projects I'd love to see funded, but not without funding.
All right. 2022 Henning Incorporation Transitional Housing Supportive Services Programs for clients at the Aviator Hotel. They requested $525,000. Ms. Salatel has a conflict.
Can I ask you a question on this one? And I know we haven't, I don't want to pause on all of them, but this one in particular, we just authorized $2.8 million to the Aviator Hotel. Can someone articulate to me how this funding is different from that funding?
I can, but $2.8 million to the Aviator Hotel's lodging.
And what's this?
This is the supportive services to go along.
What does that mean
Staff.
exactly?
More than staff.
Case management.
So there's staff for the hotel operation.
All right, I have the conflict out, so I'm obviously not going to participate. So I believe this request is to support the 80 units of leased units the Aviator Hotel has offered for 12 to 18 months and to overlay the supportive services on top of those units. not dissimilar from the supportive services that would go into something like the guest house operation.
And the 2.8 million was to cover the cost
Is
of
the mass care sheltering
The rooms
continuation, the
Okay.
rooms itself, which are separate and distinct from the leased units.
Okay, so this is for heading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outreaching lives, housing for vulnerable population project, build a new housing facility for mentally challenged individuals moving out of mass care. They requested $600,000. Anchorage Community Development Authority, three-tiered project request, development and parking. Alaska Center for the Performing Arts, Broadway, Alaska, and Workforce Development Initiatives. Six. Alaska version 3, Alaska version 3 Creation Hub. Alaska.
I'm gonna do one. I'm flipping this down for the project, but not for the amount.
That was 2. Okay.
Can you briefly state what the project is again, not just the title?
It's another redevelopment of that old block, kind of where the brown ice and shop used to be, 4th Avenue area, yeah.
Yeah, it was redevelopment of that for a community innovation hub.
Right. Does that change anyone's? Okay. Alaska Children's Museum, $5 million for a children's museum.
So this is one that I wasn't interested at all in the amount, but a small investment.
Alaska. Making one now. Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center, summer internship and housing programs.
Which one, sorry?
Conservation Center.
Conservation Center.
Alaska Zoo, expansion for community enrichment and destination city investment.
This is the purchase of, I think, 8.25 acres. Or to leverage some funds for that.
Great. Revive Alaska Community Services, Anchorage Life Center, they have requested $4 million. Cook Inlet Housing Authority, Coronado Park Townhomes, add 6 townhouse units to an existing subdivision aimed at first-time homebuyers, and they have put in for $750,000.
Elan Castle? I said yes, sorry.
4. 5. Covenant House Alaska, Covenant House Alaska Vocational Training and Stable Housing, they have put in for $3 million. Alaska Park Foundation, developing a national heritage for the Tacotna-Cook Inlet region. They have put in for $150,000. This is one that both Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Perez Verdia support. And Mr. Jeffrey has a conflict.
Okay, I will withdraw.
Can you repeat that?
Anchorage Park Foundation, developing a national heritage area for the Tacotna-Cook Inlet region. Mr. Dunbar has a conflict for that one. Ms. LaFrance supports that, and Mr. Perez Verdia supports that.
This is the project that, if funded at this level brings in, I think, $400,000 a year of federal money to support the development of the project for the next 15 years. So this small investment creates a decade and a half of return.
6.
Who's counting?
Mayor's Office, Fleet Shop Roof Project Management and Engineering Department for $700,000. MOA, Public Works, Eagle River Street Maintenance, Highland Street Maintenance, Material Storage Facility.
United Way.
Oh, okay, sorry. United Way of Anchorage, Healthy Communities Phase 2 with Enhanced Workforce Development Assistance. They've requested $3,050,000.
United Way.
Okay, now the Highland Street Maintenance Material Storage Facility, $850,000.
Chair, may I say something, please?
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. When you guys see that about the street maintenance in that facility, I just want you to know that was the meeting point and the important aspect of what happened with the avalanche. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Ms. Howard, were you a yes on that one? The Highland Street maintenance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
2. Shiloh Community Housing, Life at Work, Work Readiness Training, and Wellness Guidelines for Youth, Young Adults 16 to 24 at $300,000.
Sorry. Charlotte.
So, Cook Inlet Housing Authority, Mountain View Roosters redevelopment for 20 units of affordable housing. That's a lot near the corner of Mountain View Drive in McGraw for $2.5 million, and that is the one supported by Ms. France.
Hang on 1 second, let me purchase text. Interested in concepts, but maybe a different amount from the salary.
So that
Yes.
9. Mayor's Office, Russian Jack Park Facilities, roof with Parks and Recreation for $350,000. Anchorage Community Land Trust, set up shop staffing for small business and technical assistance. They put in for $390,000. This is one that Ms. LaFrance supports. Six. Shiloh Community Housing, the Community Resource Center, a multi-purpose venue that generates revenue to fund supportive housing programs and which would renovate an existing building. They put in for $1 million. And Access Alaska, Transition to Independence for Youth with Disabilities, and they have put in for $150,000. And we have finished.
Nice
So
job.
it's noon, and I suggest folks who want to get lunch now.
That was very effective.
0.
All of them, and now the next
Still.
housing.
Now we've got it down to like
Yeah, well, and there's still more to go. We're not done yet.
So this is. What did you call it?
Oh, this is the title. This is a overarching. But I mean this.
Yeah, you could do that.
These are under that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how I highlighted it.
I didn't know you all those three.
Sweet.
Let's see what that
Everyone's is their own.
What's the running?
Sure.
Why do I close it?
Okay. Telling you how we
There
get
are additions
to this number ultimately.
Okay.
See, operating as three big projects.
Down in the floor.
So are you gonna move priority 2 on reading 2 and just make it all
But
one?
is this number,
Let's see what that gets us.
what about these? Aren't these, don't those minus from that?
Yep, so you start with 100.
Yeah.
You minus all of this.
I'll let you get through that and then I'll.
Okay. Can I move it around a little?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, I mean. I got it in my brain.
It's not gonna be in any sort of.
Just so it's kind of walking through. Yeah.
You know what, if I hide these
And
cells,
this
they're
is
in a lot faster.
Oh, yeah.
And then this category, so currently for housing is these people. This number, but
After, so no, so that's 1,100 minus the opportunity here equals
left,
that's what's left.
that only makes sense. And then this feels like,
This is where you feel up to your number.
okay.
Yeah, I was trying to leave it, and I was like, you can totally. You want to leave this for reality, go for it.
I'm gonna do this, because I think that's what people.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. No?
Then I can just literally.
Okay. And I can actually make this to look more like this. I can drop you a couple faster.
Okay, so I think the structure is this is where we are. This is what the opportunities, this is what we do. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Austin, you saved the day with that process.
Well, who knows? We'll see when we get to the next. I'm sorry, you guys. I do feel bad.
No,
You guys
it was
are working
helpful.
so hard.
It was very
You know, we all are.
Yeah.
You have every right to. We can't force you to vote in this case.
Self-preservation.
I think that when I run the statistics like I did yesterday, stats of yeah.
Let's vote for that one again. I thought I voted yes, but if I missed it.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying that when I ran the stats yesterday, there were some very big gaps.
On the original spreadsheet, how many champions did the partner fund?
I'll have to look in a second. Let me get this part done and then I can.
For this one, yeah, I
People
believe
put
it's
it on their list.
Okay. So, no reason.
So, of course, I had them under services to disproportionately impacted, investments in neighborhoods, promote climate. I mean, they fit into several different categories.
Yeah, okay.
And this is just, you know, a quick look. It's not what we're gonna submit to, you know. Whatever, I was just trying to make sure that all of these projects fit somewhere and that our like was under the 21 million.
And did part of the progress was one of the ones that had some Cameron or Suzanne? Can you double check that?
Interesting. Okay, so.
No, but, you know, like I said, I wrote some statistics there that we're gonna just go through them, but we may wanna look at them when we get to the end and we start really pouring through things, because there was some disparity. I mean, we didn't put a ton of stuff for healthy workforce. We didn't, I mean, West Anchorage had like nothing.
I don't think we should consider those things, so I know we've done it previously, we have concerns on it.
Okay. I mean, they were set priorities by this body, so, you know.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I don't want to have this discussion off the record because I don't know if we're necessarily on the record right now.
We're definitely being recorded.
Yeah, but we're not like, actually,
We're all out here.
You're not allowed to do it at the moment because it went down again. So we'll pull it back up and you're ready to start the next section. Let's see, I'm just gonna switch priority level to priority level.
Make them all the same.
Yeah.
Based on something, we'll wrestle over price and value.
Last weekend? Where do you go?
Yeah, so I didn't change the order of priority two, but I could put them together.
We all have our own pocket line.
Thank you, Glen.
Alright, so we'll go to
In history, the nicest course in the entire state of Alaska, and they closed it down. And I'm going, what?
I dig it, that's great.
Eagle Glen Golf Course.
I
And
know I have some.
They
Is
closed
that the
it?
one down by Kim?
Kids are hard.
That was, what, 3 years, 3, 4 years?
Brutal.
But it's amazing how
Then the last one, he was flying over in a small field. Flew right over and he said, "It's all we're doing stuff."
Claire, use your solids. Use giant bowls.
Pete, is that the golf course down in the creek, or is that the one? Yeah.
It's gone. I mean, it's amazing how quickly that filled in.
Filled in with.
Alders and everything.
Yeah, I tried for a long time to get them to open a gate there to the Mountain View neighborhood, the elementary middle school, and create a feeder for poor kids to play golf, and I just could not get it. It would have been awesome.
Make it a par 3 or keep a couple holes.
Or move the fence.
Yeah.
And I haven't ridden in 5 or 6 days, so it's really fresh. And I was surprised how fast it was. I hide my best. Especially King Kate's in the tracks. And I like just outside from the raspberry lot, around the bowling alley and all that. Yeah, I just, like, on a good day, I'll do like a figure 8 across both sides, but last time was not that. And it was so late, and it's so great. I had a close moose encounter 10 days ago.
I got the closest I've ever been to a moose.
I had to turn around and drop my bike. The moose was hanging out with my bike. I'm like, oh boy. And she had 2 babies. So then someone came the other way for Chef, there's a moose. And he actually baited her. It was very interesting. Hey moose, come get the baby. And she left the babies and ran after him. They got my bike.
Was one of the guys on the committee.
Quite a scene.
He said, we've got such a great reputation.
We need to get into these meals like this that are filling, like,
I know, I wish I loved salad as much as Claire does.
You can learn to love it. This is my COVID.
You just put really good stuff.
I've got like chicken in here and pumpkin seeds.
The key to a good salad is an excellent homemade dressing. So if you use excellent homemade dressing. What is the key to a good salad?
And Claire's like, I disagree with this premise.
The key too. I thought you said.
You're like,
I thought you said keto. I'm like, oh, is keto salad?
just like if you make really good dressings, then salad is amazing.
Yeah, I left like 10 bottles of salad dressing behind at the Shack Library because I'd like buy them and not like them and then just
No, bought one salad.
We were lucky.
There's no way that yeah, makes salad so much better. So, do we know how we're gonna do the next phase, guys?
yeah, quickly. I'm seeing progress. Do the same thing with hundreds of thousands of others.
That's a good idea. Great, and then we just evaluate all of them.
What about the recreation?
What would we do with recreation?
Since some people's priorities are in there, we would take the ones that were priorities. What could you identify which ones of all of the recreation were priorities?
And then we can use some that have 5 or more.
In recreation? Yeah.
I think we just run through those priorities and move them to the big bucket.
It's just that everyone can make all of their priorities.
Oh, sure, yeah.
A good day if I found a few extra.
Priorities that my priority, but I want to compare it to other ones first, so I don't know if I
Great,
go
so
back
kind of would
on.
go in the big pile and we can compare it. But I think don't do all the recreation ones that no one identified as priorities. Just defer, it's the whole list of things that were priorities. I can say this out loud to them.
Oh, do the same topic for recreation?
I was just suggesting you keep it a bit shorter if you didn't go through the ones that didn't ever have a supporter.
Let me start talking with the mics.
Yeah, and I think Randy had opinions on that one, so if I can get these.
Okay. Randy and others were talking about what the next steps are. One thing we could do is go through the 100K.
Are we gonna do that next?
I think we're going to. Pete's sharing some golf course stories.
I've got my mic.
You stop talking about baseball?
Turns out he has multiple interests.
Calling you swinging something.
Yeah. I don't know, Jamie, what we're doing yet. We were just sort of talking around the table here. So one thing we could do is we could take the 100K and under and the recreation and do the same process we just did. We could identify within the recreation which ones were actually already priorities of some sort and only do those. Do people have a preference? I mean, we worked pretty quickly, so we could probably do all of those.
Yeah. I actually like what we just did, Austin, so if that's what the group wants, I'll go ahead and follow the lead, no problem.
Yeah, I like what we just did.
There's only 14 for recreation.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Okay.
I would offer that we should probably do the same with the other section that's left over. Because this process is working, let's just walk through them all and have the same conversation we just had.
What do you mean that other section?
There's one other section. There's the 100K one and the recreation one.
Yeah, that's what we're suggesting. Great.
I guess if we're ready, I could explain what Shelley and I have done in the break. We're ready.
I don't know what you did, so I can't tell if we're ready, but.
To get started.
Oh, I think we're ready.
So, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Trevor.
Who's the
Chair
chair?
is indisposed.
Oh, are we, so I'll just say before we do that, I would ask for, just once, and perhaps people will reject this notion, but sort of that we reconsider one of the votes we just took. So the very first thing we put up was Partners for Progress, and I sort of feel that people didn't have a strong sense of what we were doing when that happened. I certainly was puzzled as to whether flipping was a yes or a no vote at that point. This is, a reminder, this is the transition program for people coming out of prison. And so I would just ask that we vote on that one more time and then move on to the other sections.
Yeah, I don't have any objection to that.
But not vote.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. We indicate our support or non-support before we move on. But we need Pete back before we do anything.
Oh, yeah. He's off the phone call.
Thought he was.
May I go to Boris might write something?
We're waiting for Pete. Is that what we're doing?
I think before we start the other section, we gotta wait for Pete too, regardless of what we do.
Have you spoken to Pete and Pete supports that because I don't get 4 other people?
He hasn't worked it out yet.
I don't know if he's in support or not, but I think before we do anything, we have to wait for him to get back.
Speak of that.
Hey, Pete.
So go ahead and describe one more time what we're doing.
I'm just asking because they were the very first project that we voted on. I don't think people had a strong sense of what we were doing, that we voted in on Partners for Progress, the transition program for people coming out of jail that was not approved in the last section.
It's a building purchase.
Yeah.
Well, that's different than a program.
Right. It secures their permanent placement. The project helps them to own the building that they've been operating in for the last 12 years.
Okay. Do you want to guys go on, Mr. Chair, for this?
Let's go for it.
Go ahead and mark your.
So Mr. Dunbar, so you're supporting that one? I think.
Yes.
Sounds like there's some will of this body. Ms. Allard, would you either say or text me quickly if you want to support Partners for Progress?
Yeah, can I have a little more detail about it? I apologize.
Sure.
They are asking for $730,000 to match funding. There was an email they sent us to secure the building they currently are located in, and they do transition work for people that are coming out of prison.
Their number one task that they.
Sorry, I this is making me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because we did not do this for any of the other ones, and so now we're deciding to redo for this is just making me quite uncomfortable.
Okay.
Okay, I'll stop the issue, yes.
And, for the purpose of good order and fairness, then we'll ask the question right now. Does anyone else have a project that they would have put on the list that they think didn't get their consideration that they're asking? And we can spend the next 5 or 10 minutes doing this so that we can allay the concerns raised by Mr. Ritter. At least in part.
Did you get the votes count for this one?
Yeah, for that last one, the preference count.
Thanks.
I just want to check to make sure Mr. Cross is online.
Oh, okay.
Okay, next.
When we're done with this section, we can go on to the one.
Chair, this is Jamie. Can I make a comment?
Please.
I'm a little bit, just a tad bit concerned because we are, I don't want to use the word voting, supporting certain projects. But earlier I did hear, okay, well, are we doing 38 million? Are we doing 58 million based on if we're supporting the guest house or not? And so for me, that kind of rolls into a wait. We've already assumed we have the votes for the guest house, and I know this is a tricky situation, but now it's kind of obvious about who's voting for what, and you can say supporting, and it's a little bit concerning. I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I'm glad that we set the number at 5 and not a majority, which would have been 7, because I think that would have, in some ways, done more to raise the concern that you just brought up. And in most cases, there weren't 7 on an item, so we don't have a final poll of where someone might be. But it's a fair concern, and thank you for bringing it up.
Can we make sure that thank you, Chair. Can we just make sure that when people are supporting or not supporting, that maybe we can just hold that in confidentiality with Claire so that nobody else in the room really knows what anybody else is doing, exception to, of course, Randy and Austin on behalf of Kevin and I.
So I think that the process we've been operating has been open, and for the most part, I think we should always aim to be open as much as possible. There's only one vote that the assembly is allowed to take in secret, and that's a vote of organization, who should be the chair or who should be the vice chair. And so, much like the last work session, for my part, I do favor, let's just have this as open as possible. Are there any other projects that folks want to lift back up out of the hole that may not have risen to the level?
If I could explain the process, yes, and that might help.
Okay, so I have not heard any specific project that an individual member wants to lift back up. I hope Mr. Rivera is at least a little bit of your.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
For now, thank you. Claire, you have the floor. So, yeah.
Thank you. I was just going to point out that after we went through that last round, Shelley updated the running total, and now it's 63 million, which is really good.
What does that mean?
Of all the projects that have some level of support. So that was,
But you're not including under 100K or recreation yet.
Oh, yeah.
Not yet.
Those are still on the list.
with all of those on there, you're at 63 million.
Okay, so I suggest we move on to the under
Let's do
100K.
it. Yeah. Before we start, I just wanted to tell you one thing about what Shelley did during the break. She took all of those projects that we had on the salmon colored list that had 5 or more people who wanted to move it up, and she turned those green. She took all the yellow projects that were priority 2 and she turned those green. So now you'll have one list that's that has pretty good support. And then I suggested, there's a lot of projects on there still that you support but wanted to lower the amount. So when we get to that step, you might be able to go back to the salmon colored list and pick some more to move up.
Let's not do that.
Okay, at a later date.
Yeah.
Just wanted, as you're going around and having that last discussion. So, I think we are now on to we're going to repeat the same process for the projects 100,000 and under.
Oh, we need to get recreation first?
No, I'm
It doesn't matter, we're gonna do
Okay,
both, so. Like 100.
Purple.
Lilac.
Lavender.
Okay. Dream Big Academy, Airport Heights PTA, Airport Heights Unite, Restoring Family and Neighborhood Engagement and Education. They requested 55.
What's that?
That's a 5.
I didn't hear her. Can you say that again? I'm sorry. I have contractors in the house. I apologize.
There are 5 for that. But it's the first one, Jamie, on the purple, Dream Big Academy. So now we're moving to the second purple.
Girl Scouts of Alaska, Safe and Healthy Environments for Girls and Families. They requested 50,000.
Nine for that.
Anchorage Library Foundation, the Alaska River Lusac Library, they requested 50,000. Five. Anchorage Jazz Ensemble, Jazz America's Original Music, they requested 56,000. Three. Friends in Serving Humanity, Fish, restocking the fish food pantry to feed families in need in Anchorage for 20. They requested 25,000. Eight.
9, Miss Ella just texted me too.
Five. Sorry, that was her previous one. We just couldn't confirm.
Did we get Miss Allergy at it late?
Oh, for the fish?
Yeah.
So we had 8. Does that make it 9? You got that, Sean? Okay. Mayor's Office, Air Purifying Respirator Logistics, Anchorage Fire Department, they bid for 20,000. Five. Anchorage Downtown Partnership, Community Services, Placemaking Projects, they have put in for 50,000.
No, this is, they had
Can
this.
you say it one more time, please?
Okay. Anchorage Downtown Partnership, Placemaking Project for 50,000.
Thank you. You have to just be a little bit louder. I'm not going to catch you. Don't worry.
No worries.
Slide 7.
7. Eagle River Lions Foundation, the Eagle River Lions Park land transfer at 125,000. Four. Alaska Middle College, on-campus food for Alaska Middle College students at 22,000. And the vote for Ms. Allard was for this one, right?
This and the last one.
Okay. Arctic entries, rebuild.
Can you say the number when you finish so we know whether it?
Oh, 5. Arctic entries, rebuilding Arctic entries, reconnecting community one event at a time for 6,000. Mayor's Office, transit route to Alaska Native Heritage Center, public transit for 100,000.
hope you voted yes, Peter.
Thank you all.
And support.
You voted
Duh.
yes, Jamie. Express
Public transit. Duh, Jamie, it's public transit.
I just saying, okay, I support it.
Eagle River Elks Lodge. Oh, APFCM, support to those who support our communities. I don't know.
Can someone say what that
maybe
is?
someone can speak to that.
Jamie or Kevin, do you know? It's okay if you don't, not to put you on the spot.
No, it's fine. Yeah, so what the Elks does is they reach out to other Elks or veterans and other folks in need in the community, whether lower income or, sorry, there's an echoing going on. Just to help community members within that are needs. It's kind of like their food pantry, and then they take that money they get and raise more money.
Specifically, this is the new hybrid mini SUV outfitting vehicle with radio lights and decals. The remainder of the money we use to purchase flags and bags for the purpose of honoring first responders and most of the veterans of the time that death.
Oh, thanks, Chris.
And that was for 49,995. Mr. Schultz has a conflict. And then what? 1, 2, 3, 4 for that? 5. In Laces, Alaska, community-based needs assessment and connecting schools to community for $16,000.
Felix, can you read that again for us, please?
In
And
Laces.
last.
My Spanish speaking someone 30
Oh, thanks.
7. RVSA, that stands for Roadmap to Vital Safe Anchorage, continuing the work on the implementation of that for $150,000.
How did this get in the 100K and under?
Because of the.
They're and then there's 100.
Oh,
Can you repeat that, please, Claire?
Yeah, and I do think it was a little bit of a mistake because at some point you put 100,000 in there, and I was looking at a different column. They have requested 150,000. It is continuing the work of a roadmap to a vital, safe Anchorage implementation.
Right after we're past downtown.
6.
We're past downtown.
The Alaska Village initiatives, feeding Anchorage underserved with year-round affordable hydroponics at $75,000.
Yeah.
9. The Fraternal Order of Eagles, furnace and water heater replacement, $20,800. Three. The Anchorage Park Foundation Indigenous Place Names Project for $40,000. Mr. Dunbar has a conflict.
And then, but I can still vote?
I
Or
can
not
vote.
vote?
Mark your preference.
Does mark my preference.
You can.
You should have a
Hey,
swear.
Claire, I have a question for you, Jamie.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm an elk, so I'm just voting whether I support or not, and then when we go about this at the Tuesday meeting, then can I, or whichever meeting we end up doing this at, then can I give you my conflict?
Yes. You're not voting today, you're marking a preference, and we are taking the poll preferences to move projects forward. And then every item that comes before us, before it's time to take official action, we will figure out a way to bifurcate items to provide members who have conflicts an opportunity to step off on those specific items.
And those of you who are mentioning conflicts, I am taking note of it. So did you get the count for that? For Anchorage Park Foundation? We might need you to keep your Anchorage Park Foundation flag down.
7.
What's this?
Indigenous places.
Chase's perfect things.
7. Hospice of Anchorage navigating the holidays for 15,000.
Which holidays?
I think you know.
I do go.
Christian Health Associates doing business as Alaska Medical Missions replaced forklift that provided PPE across Alaska for 30,000.
We funded, or listed in our priorities, other projects they had, right?
Yeah, someone might know more about this, but Christian Health Associates has a number of subgroups that do a lot of different things. So they might have gotten funded for something completely different.
They're not funded yet, but
Or,
listed as a
sorry.
priority.
Oh man, prioritize.
I think there were a couple that were. This guy,
So we have 3. Alaska Botanical Garden reroute interpretive education trail, 17,150. Three. 4. Livewire Lions Foundation site for kids at 29,990.
Gotta do it.
We're laughing because the optometrist. 4.
Jamie's going to them.
4. Visit Anchorage, Alaska Native Cultures, frontline training developments for 10,000.
Before we move on, I'm going to add myself to the last one.
Oh, okay. Add yourself. Oh, to the
Yeah, to the prior one.
So did that make it 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Visit Anchorage, Alaska Native Cultures, frontline training development for 10,000. Ms. Allard has a conflict, or
potential.
Okay.
Well, Claire, I gotta just tell you, I'm a lion, I'm an elk, and I'm a moose.
Someone could be very confused.
The only one I'm not, I gotta get a caribou club going here.
So that was for the Livewire Lions Foundation one?
Perhaps, I might, I'm just putting it out there.
Okay. So now we're on to visit Anchorage, Alaska Native Cultures frontline training for 10,000. You got the count, so I guess Shelley, you get the count for that as 5.
Okay.
Yes. For frontline training? Okay. Yeah,
It's all happening. Fine.
Control and each set aside.
Sorry, I just did my spreadsheet.
You've got time.
Huh? Say what?
Are we on break? Which one are we on?
I think these guys are just whispering.
Yeah,
Like
so
normal.
we took a break while you stepped out. So next we are on to, I think, the last run for women.
Yes, 35,000.
I think what we were talking about is just that a lot of these events already occurred, and some of them with prior funding. We gave quite a bit of money to visit Anchorage, and in turn they've done some great work that's brought in tourists. So anyway, that was what we were wondering about.
So were there any for Run for Women? Okay. Visit Anchorage, allow Anchorage for rendezvous, 35,000. Three.
Oh, Jamie, what did you guess on that?
I'm voting.
4.
Oh,
Visit Anchorage, Anchorage Run Fest, $35,000.
Could you repeat?
What was that, Ms. Allard?
They did, yes. And then back.
Can you just say that one again, please? I'm trying to follow along, but I'm going back and forth on paper.
Yeah, that was Visit Anchorage, the Anchorage Run Fest for $35,000.
Did that already pass, though? I don't know if are we double giving, if they've already had the event?
That's what's in the budget.
Maybe, Ms. Quinn Davidson, could you re-explain what you had said?
I don't feel fully informed to speak to that because I don't know how they're funding the event. I was just noting that we have in past ARPA funding awarded Visit Anchorage money and they've done a lot of great work with it. I don't know if it's gone towards some of these, but for me, I'm just prioritizing other projects because I think some of these have happened already and we've funded them in the past.
And for the most part, these big ones charge big money to get into and they raise money, and it's kind of odd to me, especially post-pandemic. That's the philosophy out there.
Okay. Visit Anchorage Mayor's Marathon, $35,000.
So there's another one, Run Fest?
Yeah, Run Fest had 2.
Okay.
There's Marathon, 0.
Jamie, is your current funds down on for Rendezvous Run Fest? Oh, marathon, or, well, let me ask it this way. Can you vote on the marathon right now to me? Thank you.
Oh, I voted no for the mayor's marathon, is that
Okay,
what you're asking?
perfect, thank you.
They can walk that.
We're not voting again, we're just our preferences.
Visit Anchorage Solstice Festival, $35,000. Visit Anchorage Forest Fair, $35,000.
The Forest Fair this year had to advertise Gerber was full. Don't come.
Visit Anchorage Bear Paw for $35,000. The Chubiak Eagle River Chamber also had that request, but that one has not been moved to the priority list yet. Two. And then, I think maybe some of you know, I did have a question on this one. It's Visit Anchorage, the circulator transit route for $150,000. Is that, because that's different than the one we just did? The one to the.
I think I can speak to that, which, well, maybe Daniel knows more.
Oh, no, I
but
don't.
The idea was in some of these sessions we did around past ARPA projects, we asked, what could we fund this year that would really connect the dots in the other funding we've made? And they suggested putting together this transit route that's a bus that would take tourists from place to place and support non-traditional tourists. So I think that's what this is, but I probably should read the application before stating that. That's my guess.
I was going to say, can we say if it's the same or different than the additional bus route that we already considered?
Yeah,
It's different.
Different.
Okay.
That much I know.
So is it like a hop on, hop off type?
Could you actually, instead of me just guessing, could you look on the chart? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I will. I think the confusion was there was that other one that you just looked at for transportation. I'm not sure if they're the same because they're submitted by 2 different people, but I will need to confirm. Oh,
No, they're different. The ANHC one is going from the Golden Bear Drive, or what's called, like the turnoff to Bartlett, from there out to the, it's basically extending the existing bus route a little bit further, so it makes it all the way to the Heritage Center. This is like a circulator that was just going from the airport to downtown to a couple other spots.
So like a hop on, hop off type thing.
So I think so.
Don't worry, we can amend it and put up the guys and do specific one. That's right, just pull that mark.
6.
There's more to this
Just kidding.
I didn't know there was still a
Jamie said yes.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
I didn't know there was still a midtown.
I don't think Walmart's in Midtown anymore. How much
No,
is
it
that?
That got 7.
Which one was that? Sorry.
7 on circulator
Having
route.
so much fun.
It's always good when we have fun.
And for the audience, I think you're having a debate about what is in whose district now. Redistricted. So that completes the 100,000 turnovers.
Did we actually eliminate any?
Yeah.
Might try for a total of like $200,000.
At least for the small ones.
Okay.
So, would you like a few minutes to get that one? Should we take a 5-minute break so you can get that one?
Actually, do you want to go
Why
ahead
don't
and
we
do
just
let's do recreation?
Let's jump to recreation.
Yeah, let's just, yeah.
All right, so now we're in the blue section, back to the top of that. We follow the same process. The first item is Anchorage Ski Club, Arctic Valley Trailhead Summer Visitor Services. They requested $90,000. Six. Youth Exploring Adventure, doing business at Hilltop Ski Area, a surface conveyor lift. They've asked for $70,000.
Oh, repeat.
That's for the Hilltop Ski Area Surface Conveyor Lift for $70,000.
And Mr. Salt has a conflict. And, oh, hold on, we just got one more. 6. This is also Hilltop Ski Area for a chairlift replacement. They've asked for $2.5 million. Mr. Salt has a conflict. So we'll say 1. 2.
Oh, Jamie says yes to it.
Great.
Did the conveyor lift make it? Yes.
Anchorage Glacier pilots, clubhouse replacement, they've asked for $50,000.
Oh, you guys are so sweet. They love you, Pete. Seven. Jamie loves you.
Hold on, we're waiting for one more.
So there's little, 3 little dots, just wait for them to come through.
So that's 8. Chugach mountain bike riders, rebuilding, reestablishing, and expanding the Chugach Eagle River Trail system. They have asked for $1.5 million.
What the recommended is $750,000.
Yeah, you did go into a little bit more detail in the last one, and the person who championed it recommended $750,000. 7.
So on that one, when we get down to it, I want to make sure that the language is very specific. It's the mountain bike riders, that there is a mountain bike component to it, but we'll talk about that later.
Nordic Skiing Association of Anchorage technology and equipment upgrade to support youth participation in Nordic skiing for $25,000. Mr. Constant was at a down. 5. Mayor's office, Chugach pool improvements, parks and recreation for $1 million. Great. Arctic Heat softball, Eagle River Chugach youth softball at Loretta French. They've asked for $300,000.
Miss Allard, that's Eagle River Chugach Youth Softball at Loretta.
Felix, I did the transportation one. Come on.
Since I got called out. Thanks, Jamie, but that's not how I operate.
Well, you said I could buy you whiskey.
This is being recorded.
All right, let's keep going.
Lighthearted Fridays, Rabbit Creek Community Council and the State of Alaska Department of Fish and Game, South Harbor Marsh Visitor Site Public Health for safety amenities at $780,251.
How much was the last one?
That's
How many?
That's the part of it.
Oh,
3.
Okay, are you guys saying that out loud and I'm just missing it?
I think so. Well, I might have not said that one.
6, so, for Arctic
Yes,
Oh,
Arctic
no,
Heat
look at
got
that.
6.
Sorry about that. Now we're on Rabbit Creek.
South Potter Marsh Visitor Site, Public Health and Safety Amenities.
We just did that one. Yeah, right?
Well, we didn't count.
We're doing it ourselves.
Randy, is this your top priority? That's the one you highlighted last time?
It's one of them, yeah.
I'd like to add that they do a historic interpretation when we get to that part of the process, because it's a great story of how that marsh got created. School teachers in a dump that was transformed into something very valuable.
That one had 8.
You go backcountry ice skating there.
Alaska Trails, trail maintenance, and asphalt crack sealing on Anchorage's paved trails, $357,280.
Just note AMAX pays for non-motorized trail replacement on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, I just want to know on this one, because I am a passionate advocate for trails, but I think there's an alternative funding mechanism for these.
Force when you talk, can you speak to Jimmy's?
Yeah.
Okay, I had 2.
I'm successful.
Mayor's Office, new filtration systems for 6 MOA pools, parks, and recreation, $3 million.
Sounds like a bonding idea.
Is it one?
Transformative?
It's bondable.
All right, 0. Coconut Archers, purchase of a portable building that will serve an assembly hall classroom for $100,000.
Centennial would be a great place.
I understand that there are lots of portable buildings available on J-Bear, so.
Ms. Allard's asking, that's the Cook Inlet Archers, purchase of a portable building that will serve as an assembly hall / classroom for $100,000. And she says yes.
Great. Gamer Sports Travel, Mountain View Fieldhouse, I think for $350,000.
They requested, can the project description be read, please?
Yeah.
While they're pulling that up, I'll just note that Ms. Allard commented that this Cook Inlet Archers group is in Chugiak. They are not located on J-Bear.
Okay, Gamer Sports Travel, they requested $1 million. I think it might have gotten, narrowed down to $350,000 the last time.
I met with him, the $350,000 is what he's seeking.
Okay. And then I'll read the descriptions.
Thank you. I see that.
We are developing a community center in the Mountain View neighborhood of Anchorage. The center will be located at Lot 6, A Block 1, Fairview subdivision, which is across the street from the Mountain View Lions Park. The purpose of the community center will be to provide year-round athletic activity and academic support for residents of the Mountain View neighborhood. The building will be 4,200 square feet, roughly the size of a gymnasium, sufficient space for youth activities, with the added benefit of high-speed internet access for academic support.
So I would just speak briefly to this one, not advocating for or against, but interestingly, this site has right next to it one of the most nightmarish properties in town, like RVs on top of RVs and junk and trash and needles, and it's unmitigatable at this point. And the reason I mention that is because we scheduled a work session for hearing from the code abatement team about what they could do with approximately $500,000 of funding to help in our neighborhoods to remove properties that need abatement, but we have no money for. And so
What about the abatement fund?
that's empty effectively, and we never really put money in it, but $100,000, and it's been spent. And so the reason I bring that up is, as we move forward on this process, there may be an ask for a small amount of money to add to this fund from ARPA. So even though it's not been vetted, there's a work session coming up from the administration, so just FYI.
Okay, and I'll just quickly note that the seller is saying we haven't been advocating for other projects. Good, a little bit of info, but we should probably keep moving.
Yeah, no, I'm not advocating for it now, I'm just saying there's a work session that was scheduled that you might hear about in context.
Okay, great.
So that's 6. Okay, so now you want to Okay, now we're going to take about a 5-minute break so Shelley can run the numbers and then we'll be looking at a list with your priorities.
Before we take a break, we could use this time for another break, or we could discuss anything separate from the context of prioritization. So are there other matters that we want to talk about on this topic? On the topic of making decisions, or if not, we can just take a break.
Take a break.
Okay, break.
We've got 2 more hours. Thank you.
I mean, we could talk about how we're going to approach this, but people can use the restroom, yes. I feel like we've actually done a lot in this development. I mean, this is going to be hard, but we're...
No,
I bet you're going to get to a point where you just have like 5 million left to get rid of them.
what our money total is.
That's what Shelley said, 79 or something, so we're going to narrow out.
We're at 63 a minute ago.
Yeah, and then we just added a bunch.
No, that was you were. Great. So you just took out a bunch from 63. So you may be under.
Oh, okay, because you had those. I forgot you were there.
That's great. It's phenomenal. Although in just a moment, where you are.
Jamie, we just took a 5-minute break, and we'll be back next to go through all the remaining projects that are left that we've agreed to discuss.
Okay, thanks, Austin, and I apologize. I have a house full of contractors, and I'm the trees and counters, and so I'm trying to listen as best I can, so I apologize.
No worries. It's always hard to follow on the phone, particularly when everyone's talking off the mics and taking breaks.
Yeah, it's the chaos in my house that I'm worried about. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're good. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
He's so cute. He's so cute, yes. So fun.
Ugly property that's next to the empty lot. That was even worse than I thought, because I hadn't driven by it the first time.
Are you ladies feeling okay?
We were just sort of pointing to it.
Claire's gone, but you're feeling okay with this process?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great.
It's going really well.
So then I drove by last night and turned around and drove
We scared away all the buffalo, but...
That's,
Oh,
we're talking.
not all of them.
Dump truck loads of junk. No, multiple dump
Oh
trucks.
my gosh, look at the total.
Oh, that's awesome.
So there's still a couple buckets to go through, right?
No.
Because you went through all priorities.
We went through all the buckets.
Wow.
That's great.
1.2. That's all we need to do.
Really? What's that?
1.2. Well, we may, because that's using the proposed amount, so that was the average of the advocates. So we probably should total the amount requested.
So you said we're within 1.2?
Well, hold on, let me total the amount requested, because that's a different story.
Hey, Shelly.
Yeah.
So Ian, I'm just going to give you a heads up, and then as we go
Yes.
For this funding.
Yeah.
And so following my roots.
Oh, did you?
What you gotta do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's working. It's working.
So I just totaled the requested amount, because that's requested just so the BOA. That's all. That is all free.
What was your request? How much?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
What was the number of your request about?
So that doesn't. This is the other two included. So yeah.
So right as of now, we already have this. So when we get to that one.
So
They did one thing and then the next time they did another thing. I'm like,
we're at 65 million.
And we didn't follow through that process. Instead, what we should have done is now let's go through this process for the projects that have no average, no dots. We could not go 35, 40 projects in an hour. Then we would have been where we are without.
So the president, maybe you heard this, put that up there, a big deal. Once we get that developed, and word gets around town that facility is there, most people don't even know it exists, you know? And we've had meetings there, so we know there's some really amazing stuff out there.
No. Yours isn't. The like individual people.
But I don't need the individual, I'm just wondering what's in there now.
Okay.
So we have.
Okay, we need yellow. There it is. It is yellow. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah,
So we'll talk about those. Yeah, sounds great.
so we need to, yeah. We'll probably need to, so, you know, I totaled the requested amount, it's 69 million. So, let's just give us another.
Shelley, I wanted to ask if you need us to do it all.
Probably does.
If you want,
You like that?
we work,
It's better because I find it just like.
I know.
So you're still flying back and forth to the Sullivan guy?
Yeah, going slow. I'm gone. Slow.
I don't know if you're a listener, whereas this DCC on Twitter.
We're working on it.
That's the San Diego Comic Con.
Not the Senate Democratic. No, I know of Comic-Con in San Diego, yeah, but I don't, why, what's going on?
It's just happening right now, so there's a whole bunch of things that are being unveiled. A whole bunch of
Is that where they released the new House of Dragon trailer?
I don't know if they released it there, but they did release the new Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power trailer.
I saw one of those like a week ago.
Yeah, they have a new one. Yeah.
That looks good.
Yeah.
I would, that doesn't surprise me.
People, I heard yesterday.
I went to Arctic Comic-Con this year.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
Other than that, it was a really good experience. Except I cut over to a music
Oh, please,
all of it. No, it was great. It was great. I really enjoyed it. You know, I just went there for one day. That was enough.
serious work.
But like,
And so,
You had your limit of nervousness.
you know, honestly, like my feet got tired. So I was like walking around for hours and hours and hours. I'm not like, I couldn't sit down much. Yeah, I saw it all. I saw it all.
here in Anchorage, and
Blocked
we
out
got
things.
smoke
You might go to Matt.
as hell.
Yeah, but
And we're trying to
players
end
go
up
from
turning around and flying back. Not being able to
and
And so we circled during this.
then it's fun sexual stuff, you know? I can notice the first it's pretty cool.
Yeah, they had
Tom Arnold, but I mean,
And so
Tom Arnold did good, like, it wasn't as rapturous as they basically like, the only thing people care about is supervise.
I built the whole thing, I'm going, you can't see when he's gonna land anytime, I gotta be ready.
There was a clip from some sci-fi show I just seen before, but apparently it's more popular, I guess it was. And there was,
Come back around the land. Until they, the first time,
You didn't watch season 4 through 11?
I think I watched it like whenever they just introduced like like I literally stopped watching like episodes. That was a back. I haven't seen it
A
now.
lot of people stopped there because they were like, that's just too much for me.
Well, no, I think everybody's spoiler alert. Everybody stopped at next season.
Oh, yeah, okay, got it.
So they introduced them in the next season.
We couldn't see any of those feels good. So now I was able to see the North Sea,
I just want to watch it.
Introduced us to
It's not great. I just wrote like halfway decent sci-fi. And the horror, I think they're all great so far.
going down.
Yeah,
projects.
I might see it this weekend.
My friends are going to it.
This is the reason we need to fix this.
We'll see that.
Picture book,
I
Picture book.
actually, that's all I did. What's the next thing?
Oh yeah, Fire Ops 101.
I feel like there's a little.
I need to see everything everywhere. Everybody says.
It's amazing.
Everybody says the best.
Do you know the date? Is it the 11th? August. It is August.
Isn't like a new season of ARPA?
Hey Chris, it's like the 25th, 26th.
Okay, no, so it's towards the end of
It's
August.
Whenever I'm out of town, it sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's the best day ever. It is so fun. You're in the room, the fire's around you, you got the fire hose, like, cool. It's all
Oh yeah, that was a highlight.
I know that came back. I was like, I'll be there. I think I have what it takes.
That's fine, that sounds so good.
Yeah. You,
They do it every
It's like the best day.
Yo, Austin, I bet you didn't get invited because you were a special.
I've been around for a while too.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, but I bet you missed
For better or worse.
the day because you did a special election.
Yeah, I have never
So
done
you
it
didn't
before.
do like a traditional
Yeah.
time frame. But yeah, it was like one of the most fun things I did in the summer. It was like my first year.
That's cool.
To a fire academy thing. So going.
I don't think, have you done it, Meg? I don't think you've done it either.
Okay, well, my
I've never
special.
even had an invite.
It's
My
like
special
late
election.
August
Me neither.
24th,
Hey,
25th, that Friday, Saturday.
Meg has
It
not
was a
done
phone
that.
call. I had
Interested? It's a damn good time.
It is a good time.
It's like the funnest thing. And you even get a fire hat and everything. Well, they asked me, I didn't know who it was.
Meg, or like Justin or something. You probably have to pick me up. I've got to be like, you're on.
It's fun. We're just like, running a car over.
Chris is
everybody in
talking
the
to everyone. In
Oh, yeah.
I haven't done it now. It's weird. It's just maybe it's just unique.
They take us
I guess
over.
it's been like 4 years or 5 years.
Because I've been
Jaws
around.
alive,
Yeah,
and tear the door off this
I'll
car.
probably stop.
Well, she can't even pick up the
Yeah,
jaws.
that's really good.
And we can't even lift half of it up. And so the firefighters go, okay, here you go, Pete. And so I'm hugging this thing up. Every time I run, I got sweat running down my face. I'm sweating like a butcher. And it was great. But
Here's the thing, I think we can do whatever we're doing here forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking forward to that.
I could.
Betcha.
I actually thought that
Wait, no.
That's what we were doing.
we could have actually done it ourselves.
I think vetting
When
is
they threw this 150-pound dummy on the shoulder, climbing down the ladder with a 150-pound dummy on my
the way I think of
and I didn't fall and looking so I
I can't do anything about
go to the bottom and go, "Phew, I'm not doing that again."
Wow. Jeez.
Austin, you were in embarrassment to the city, and your presence trying to our city run a responsible manner.
$10 million, $9 million budget reduction, tax reduction.
I think if you just go with the requested amount.
Roll.
Let's get moving.
You and Chair, we're throwing the 5-minute break.
I just wanted to keep going to begin with, get me distracted.
All right,
I
let's
think
go.
we're ready for you
I think
when
the
you
only
are.
thing
We're ready.
is
Let's
to
talk.
do the same thing, but I think it would be
Take it away.
for us to do the same thing.
Oh, these yours, Chris.
All right, I have an update for you. With that latest round, everything that has support now adds up to, what the groups requested, it adds up to 69 million. But earlier we kind of had a hodgepodge of the proposed amount of some that you'd already decided in your last discussion, some the champion wanted to champion the project but at a lesser amount. So the proposed amount isn't anything really strong to go on. I mean, it is strong enough, but it's just a little bit of a random
Can
one.
you clarify, what is that amount?
So that adds up to 49 million.
Can you clarify a little bit?
Yes, so when everyone submitted their list of projects they wanted to advocate for, that they wanted to make sure was on the AR when it came time, that, and if you provided a funding level, we plug that in. If you did not provide a funding level, we plugged in the requested amount. And that is the average of those numbers of the advocates. So it's not a hard and fast number.
Could we perhaps run through them somewhat slowly and look at that? Because 49 would be a nice place to be if everyone's okay with that. Yeah.
Yes, and I think they're gonna require discussion.
I could tell you what our plan is, but is Allison looking first?
I have a clarifying question. So did I just understand you to say that the projects that have 5-member preference support or higher all the way through the list total $49 million?
You did hear us correctly.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was tracking. Thank you.
So I think we could go through a few examples to show that. But what we're thinking is there's a number of you who champion a project. I think the Chugach Trail, or the Chugach Mountain Bike Riders, the Eagle River Trail System. The person who championed it, they had requested 1.5 million, but the person who championed it said that they wanted 750,000. So what we're thinking is some of you could volunteer to go through, and if there's one that you'd like to reduce from their requested amount and make sure that it matches the average call. Can you explain it better?
I'm getting a little confused. So the 49 million is the requested champion amount. So
No.
why would we, no?
No, the
No, it's a
69 million is the requested amount. The 49 million is the average of the advocates' amounts.
So the requested
How about
amount
Glen, can you
means
show
the
one
amount
as an
requested
example?
from the advocates or the amount requested from the applicants?
Applicants.
Well, so the first one I think is a good example.
I know what they're saying, if I can try to explain. I actually don't know.
Okay, so Greg Whitting requested 3 million. The average of the advocates came out to 1.1 million.
So,
Right.
is there any way just to get the updated list of all the projects that are a go, and we could just talk about them, because that's what we did previously, and the whole average of the advocate stuff is like, ooh, we know what the universe of funding is, we know what was requested, what makes them go. Why don't we just have a conversation about what makes the package go now?
And
I think that's what we're doing. They're just trying to figure out where to start.
I would hate to take 10 more minutes, but could we print this list?
They are being printed now and they're on their way.
Yeah, because once we have them in front of us, it'll be much more easy to communicate and understand.
So I think it would be, can I ask a conceptual question of the group? So would you like to start with the larger amounts and try to whittle down? I think that's what Meg's suggesting. The requested amount by all the parties that we've put in this category of potentially fund. Or do you want to start with the lower amount and work up from there? I think Meg's saying the former, right?
I'm actually saying we have the categories across. I think we should just consider it holistically and see where we end up as we consider all of them together. So I believe last time when we did ARPA 1, we started over with kind of the overall agreement, and we said, okay, well, this one could shift here, and we could shift this one, and we just kind of took them, as a package, saying, okay, if we want to make all these things happen, here are ways we could do it, and we just reached consensus as we were speaking about it.
But it'd be helpful, I think, to have a running total, right, one way or another, so we
And we
know
did
where we
that
are.
last time too.
So would we work from the amount that the applicants put in, and then make changes to that and keep that running total? Is
Yeah,
that
that's
you're
what we did
envisioning? Okay.
last time, as long as we make sure we hit the minimum amounts.
I would offer alternatively though, the quote average of the advocates, it's kind of weird to go that way, but what that number was, effectively was the number that the people who moved that project forward were comfortable with. So I would prefer if we at least have that information and work with that information as well, because just because someone requested 10, if everyone else said 1, I don't think we should start with a baseline of 10, I think we should start with a baseline of 1. And that way, because that's what the champions, the people who were originally said let's move this forward, were comfortable with. Then, for example, rarely would we think going upward, but what we previously talked about, one of them that I thought was a little low, I mentioned was the kitchen for ACLT. Maybe that one goes up, but let's, I think, start with the one where people actually have comfort level with.
As long as we continue to have the minimum project amount on the list, so we know what makes it go generally.
So
we
Kevin
don't
is in the
dip
queue,
below
sorry.
it.
And then Kevin.
Thank you. I guess I would propose a different way of going through these, and that would be to look at the, not vote number, but the support number, and start at the ones that barely made our minimum, and see if any of those amounts need to be reduced or are open to reduction, and move our way up with the ones that got the most amount of support, probably the least likely to be diminished.
47.
So, okay, thank you, Kevin. Mr. Salt.
So I just, with a quick question, I noticed number 2, the amount that the advocates put forward is higher than the minimum or the requested amount. Are there many of those, or is that the only one I'm seeing?
Interesting.
The second one, United Way, I believe.
Higher than the asking?
Higher than the asking.
Oh, I reordered it, so tell me.
The one problem with the average of the advocates is at the last session, you made progress as a group on some of them and changed the numbers, and then some of them were just kind of placeholders. So it's a hodgepodge of whether it's something you really want or just a random average. So I think there were a couple that got increased in your discussion.
Yeah, did any of them actually go above the total project amount though? I don't think they did.
No, I'm just curious if that's the only outlier, because I mean, if they're asking for 600, I guess who are we to say they get $1 million?
Right, and
they say they need
that one, the difference went up because the state vetoed $300,000 that they had in the budget for them. And so, yeah, it was just a rounding out of that one. So there was a reason for that. It still was underneath the total project initial. So, Pete.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I just had Shelley add up all the approved, all the ones that we advocated for, and it came up to 47.7 million. That's if we just use the minimum amount. Thank you.
So I'm going to suggest that once we have the printed items, we work our way down the list and just kind of similarly do what we were doing. Does that number, the average or the minimum, wherever we are, generally meet folks? Is there a strong objection, strong support? And let's just do them one at a time, down from the top to the bottom. And by doing that, we'll keep the running total, and we'll get more close, I think.
Sorry, just to confirm. So you're suggesting we start with the minimum and then go up from there?
I don't know about the minimum. I would say, again, for me, it's the average. What did people actually say they wanted to put in there? But the minimum is fine as well.
I'm not advocating. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, and so I believe that we had people who suggested we wanted this area, and that is an expression of intent, and it's better to go there than back to the minimum or the maximum.
Okay.
For me, and again, I'm okay here, but that I think is the column we should think about. And that, again, if we do it that way, there's still $5 million more than we have available. So we know we have to work down some of those.
Shelley, is that the proposed amount, the applicant amount?
Yeah, she just changed.
Yes, I changed it to say average of the advocates on the screen. I have some sad news. I had a formula incorrect, and so our running total is actually 59 million.
When you say things like
Average of
running-
advocates.
Okay, so thank you.
Yes. I just wanted to let
Can
you
we
know.
find another term other than average of the advocate?
How about we move it back to proposed amount, and then that'll be
Yes.
the column that gets edited as we go.
That
And it
sounds
sounds
great.
like we'll just go through each project and just have an open discussion, and if someone wants to change an amount.
Because this spreadsheet will ultimately have to go on the website because we're discussing it, so it needs, average of the advocates won't mean anything to the public.
Right.
So proposed amount, I think, sounds fantastic.
Okay. So should I just start listing them off?
Sure.
If it goes awry, we can stop and come up with another.
So do we know when the paper versions are going to be here?
They are on their way, it's going slow, but they are coming.
Who? Paper.
Who's coming? Paper version. They're walking here as we speak.
Okay. Should we start or do you want to wait for that?
Let's start.
Okay.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Oh, what, can the people on the phone see what we're talking about?
Great question.
Oh.
Jamie and Kevin, can you see the spreadsheet? If not, I think we'll just have to do a good job of reading out the project and the proposed amount and soliciting comments.
Yes. And Miss Allard and Mr. Cross, Ms. Hartman
Yeah,
is.
I trust you, Austin. If you can relay that information, I trust you, Austin.
Okay.
And Ms. Allard and
Yes,
Mr.
this is Kevin, and I'm working from the priority list for July 22 to Excel spreadsheet that was sent yesterday.
Ms. Hartman is emailing you right now this latest copy that we're all looking at.
I think as long as whoever's leading it identifies it carefully and they can, clearly and they can hear it, I think it will be okay.
I'll read a couple of the different amounts.
Okay.
So the first one is Girdwood Inc. for the Girdwood Workforce Child Care Project. The total project budget is $6.1 million. They've requested $3 million. The minimum is $160,000, and right now we have a placeholder proposed amount of $1.1 million. Would anyone like to change that number?
Can we move it to 1.5 million? This is Allard.
Any objections to 1.5 million?
I think I'm reluctant to increase anything on the first pass because we're already over. But maybe make a note, and then if we do end up under, come back to those that people have suggested increases to.
And for my part, I'm uncomfortable because that's at this point already 1/50th of the money we have available for a very small portion of our population.
So we'll take notes. If you do want an increase, we'll make sure to note that in case there's another, in case you get it way low and then we need to ask back. Shelley, are you getting that or do you want me to get that? Okay, Shelley's getting that. Sorry, that's wrong. Okay.
Before we go on, just one technical question going back to something that Forrest says at the very beginning. So that running total, whatever it was, 59 million, does that include the 3.4 for the guest house? Okay, thanks. That was not a guess.
Hey, Shelley, can you cut and paste your running total, maybe, and put it in your frozen line 1? So as you go down, it'll always be there.
You know things about spreadsheets.
Be careful what you reveal.
It's also the best. So I actually have an update from Ms. Allard. She meant to have the proposal, so she would suggest funding it at $550,000. So anyway, Ms. Allard, if you want to speak to that, I think I captured it correctly, but.
Yeah, thank you, Austin. The reason I could do a half, and I apologize, I thought I heard a different amount, was because on this particular project, I believe that
Ms. Allard, can you hold on a second? There's a lot of people talking, so I don't think we can hear you. Just one moment. Okay, go ahead.
Can't help myself.
Thank you. I believe that putting this at 550,000 to give them a little bit of a kickstart, but I also believe this particular project should be funded by the taxpayers of Birdwood, Randy, and that those individuals could vote to have that tax from their tax base.
I actually agree, and maybe somewhere between $1 million and $500,000, but I support the project, but I just feel like it's a lot of money, and in particular after the CARES Act, we spent so much money out there on the healthcare facility that I want to make sure we're equitable across the municipality. And I don't know if I'd be comfortable with this, but the thought comes into my mind that maybe some of this funds can be used for them, because they did try to put it on a bond once before. They voted yes, the municipal taxpayers voted no. And so maybe there's some opportunity as well for a marketing campaign to help get the voters to yes.
Chris, can I ask you a question about that? Isn't it possible that we could do it where only the voters of Birdwood vote on it and not the rest of the MOA?
No, in order to pledge the full faith and credit of the municipality, which is what a bond does, you have to have the full vote of the people. It's a dual vote. And there's just no way around it. It's frustrating. Like Eagle River could have projects they want, but if Anchorage says no, it's a no. Or Anchorage could have a project in Eagle River that we want, but if Eagle River doesn't want it, no. It's, and the way we saw it play out the last time was a parks expansion up into the hillside areas where one neighborhood didn't want it, and so they killed the investment.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here because I don't. First one is a process question. Are we just jumping in, or are we using a chair process? I don't know. We can be recognized by the chair. How
Okay, we'll get more formal. I will recognize speakers.
Okay.
Mr. Miller,
thank you. The first thing I wanted to say was what you just said, Chris, about they did attempt to do it before. The second was the formality. The third was my one concern with reducing some of these projects is I think at some point you reduce it to a point where it no longer becomes viable, right? And so do we know kind of what the drop dead is for some of these? They said their minimum, 160,000. I think that's like a different kind of project if we drop it to 160,000. And so I share all the concerns that Mr. Constant voiced about this project, but I do wonder if we drop it below 1 million, if the project then just is off the table for them. So what's the point of funding it at all? You see what I'm saying? And I'm not totally sure how we figure that out in some cases. What's the drop dead number where the project is no longer viable?
Just as this example is, even if we did drop it to the number that was discussed, wouldn't be outside of their minimum amount proposed. So at least in that regard. So Mr. Salt.
So I would just say, let's go quicker. Yeah, let's just throw our comments out, move on. We're not going to fix this one right now. And let's see where we end up, and then come back. Do you want to debate each one, or?
May I respond to that?
You're already on the floor.
So this is the time to talk about these,
Okay.
because that's what's going to drive getting to those numbers. And so my comment on this is, I will tell you, I set a couple of priorities for this, very few. Childcare is one. Childcare and housing are my top two priorities for ARPA funds. So I will advocate that we make sure we have really good access to childcare all across the municipality. This seems to be a spot in Birdwood where we continue to get stymied. And I understand they tried previously. So I'm okay with kind of marking it as a potential, like, hey, maybe there's room to move this number down, but until we kind of clear up that question of what makes it a go, no-go project, I would be reluctant to reduce it by much. So maybe it could just be marked for further exploration, depending on where we end up with the totals.
And I think that that's fine. I haven't yet heard a strong rejection of this project. It is one that it sounds like we're going to circle till we get to the right amount. So there we go. Let's move on to the next one.
Am I correct that Ms. Allen said she said 550,000?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I concurred, and then Ms. Alto said, but let's not go down until we get closer because this is a priority area.
Okay, great.
Is that a fair summary? Okay, next one.
United Way of Anchorage Restaurant and Hunger Relief Program. I think there's some typos in here. I think the whole project is actually 2.5 million.
Skill.
I think it could go
Which one now?
down. The whole, restaurant underrated.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And looking at the sheet, it says the requested amount is 600,000, but the proposed amount is $1 million. How did we get
It's a
from one to the
typo.
other?
It's a typo.
I don't think it is actually.
Well, it says in here that their total project amount is 2.6.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's accurate. And then, but the reason we aimed at $1 million there from the 600, when I moved it the last time, the reason it went to $1 million from the 600,000 the last time is because the governor did veto the $300,000 that was in the budget. The legislature put there. Mr. Rivera, Mr. Sullivan.
Thanks. So I have a feeling that by the end of this, we're probably going to be penny pinching. So why don't we just lower that down to 900,000 then? Since the governor vetoed 300, 6 plus 3 is 9.
I have no objection to that.
Well, so the 6 was a typo, so it's like add a typo to 300,000.
I don't know if that wasn't the 6
I
was a
think
typo.
only the total project.
Yeah, the typo was the total amount requested.
Okay, so 900,000.
So in this one, real quick, this is ordering meals from restaurants, so and that way it's almost a completely variable amount. Whatever they get, they'll order the appropriate amount of meals. So.
Yep.
And just a little background, Candy, Mr. Chair. So we started this during COVID. It was one of the projects we did before. Basically, restaurants that were having a really hard time staying in business, we paid them to make meals for people who were simultaneously hungry. So it's a pretty great project, but it's very scalable.
And again, it's the one that puts into the hands of the businesses the opportunity to participate. And I don't know if this is appropriate because we gotta go fast, but what we found in the previous iteration was when there was only one provider of meals to folks in the camps and the shelters, the meal quality was really low. But once we changed this up and had competition from for-profit businesses, the quality went up across the board. From what was being delivered, how much was being delivered, it was quite an amazing thing to see because in the end, some businesses are able to do their job because they're just set up that way.
I just want to note that these are already approved projects.
But we just sacrificed 100,000.
I appreciate our passion.
All right. So we have 900,000 for the restaurant hunger relief. Next one is Alaska Literacy Program upgrades for their building. Their total project amount is 800,000. Their requested amount is 250,000, and the current proposed amount is 240,000.
I propose we stay at that proposed amount of 240.
Same.
Okay. Next item is rural cap deferred maintenance on their existing housing. They requested 1.6 million. The total budget is 1.6 million. They requested 500, and they are currently proposed for 500. Okay.
You could move to 3 or 4.
I'll make a note. Could lower it.
If make it, I mean, what?
Okay.
I'm just trying.
I think we will continue this project even more. Mayor's office, ARPA administration, 100,000, all across the board. And that's the grant. That's to
Grant administration.
contract Ken Miller's company to do all the grant reporting to the feds
Yeah, it's not another special.
and site visits and that sort of thing.
Details of paperwork.
Cooking with Housings, Chibala Corners. The total project is 19.9. They requested 3, and you have proposed 2 currently.
So I have spoken with someone involved in this project just a couple of weeks ago. They really wanted 3, but I'm not going to propose a move to 3. I think I'm hopeful that they can keep going at 2, even though they are themselves skeptical.
Same, and I would offer, I think that we also added another project that's under the rubric, and when I had the same discussions with them, I pretty much said you get to pick one or the other. I'm not comfortable us doing partial of both. And so that's the Brewster's project.
I think they have three projects. Three projects.
So I had this conversation with our staff earlier about for the organizations that have, if we're willing to cut, the organizations get multiple projects, I think we should go in and choose. Let's give 3, let's give them 2 or 1.
I agree. And I think that's, even though we want to meet the goals, so we have to have those discussions in the context of our overall mission here.
Should we talk about it?
So yeah, there's the Brewster's project, the Shawala project, and what was the third one?
Coronado. Mr. Austin is going to start grouping them by organization so you can see them all.
So there we have $2,750,000, $2,500,000. Now Ms. Altos patiently at our hand up, so you have the floor.
Thank you. So for an organization like Cook Inlet, and they've identified a number of housing projects, what if we talked about them holistically in the total amounts and just maybe sent the money to them to complete any of their fund stacks? So these, I know, will leverage HUD funding. I know one of them or 2 of them is trying to leverage CDBG-DR funding, which is specific around earthquake money with the state. So instead of micromanaging which project leverages what if we just gave them an amount to leverage towards the goal of getting the total number of housing units that they've identified?
Yeah, I think that no one's going to disagree with that.
Recommended amount?
I
was trying to go so that.
Thank you. My question is, a $19 million project of which we're willing to give, let's say, $2 million. What happens if these projects don't go through, they run into problems, and they don't ever get developed?
Well, so for example, with the Shawala Corners Phase 2, it's well in development. There's nothing that's going to turn the wheel back on that. It's just a matter of when they'll get those units online. And so, but for the Brewster's one, for example, it's a little less forward in its planning and development. It's not Phase 2. I think that what I heard, the consensus across the room is they would end up paying that money back, or coming up with an alternative proposal that the assembly would have to agree on.
Okay, and so when those funds come back to us on any project that ends up not coming to fruition, do we then reapproach that list, or I'm kind of interested in that process. Maybe now's not the time to talk about it, but it'd be interesting what that looks like.
So thank you, and Kevin, I would say that heretofore, at least since any of us have been on the body, there hasn't been a bad faith operator, except there may be one now that we have heard some rumors about. That conversation isn't germane for today, but it might be something before us very soon. And you and I could talk about that offline if we get a chance.
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about. Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Alto.
Thanks. So you should always check my math, but my math came up to 5.25 million total requested for a total to support 64 units.
Not requested, the amount that's proposed.
Proposed amount. I'm sorry, the proposed amount that's under consideration to support the creation of, I believe, 64 units of housing in our community. So one of the things I always do is I go, well, what would the investment be per unit of housing? That'd be about $82,000 per unit of housing. And if you think about what the average cost for a unit of housing is right now, we're well over $300,000. It's just a way to try to think about the whole aggregate funding for housing. So I don't feel like $5 million is out of the range of reasonableness to support that much housing coming online in Anchorage. So I'm fairly comfortable with it, but if it were to be reduced, again, I would feel more comfortable with a holistic number that they could leverage then to bring on as much housing as possible within these 3 projects.
And I would offer that is a particularly a good idea for operators that we have a long history and knowledge and past performance with, who we know are credible, and otherwise we might have a different calculus. Daniel.
This may be roundly projected, but I'm just wondering if we took the 750 from the Coronado project, eliminated the Coronado project, and put that on that Shawala Corners, and even maybe increasing that project so that the Chapala Corners and the Mountain View projects were fully funded. And then it may be less likely that they would not have to return part of the money or figure out other alternative funding sources.
So I would offer what Meg suggested is an alternative plan. One is let's pick specific amounts for specific projects to fund. The second rubric that was suggested is let's give them an amount of money and let them make the final call on what fits within their model, their stacks, their opportunities. And so I think we'll come back to that conversation after we go further down through the list. Both ways are viable. Shelley and then Forrest.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I think that essentially you're going to arrive at the same result. Chapala Corners is a hopefully 2022 project. Brewster's would be a 2023 project, and Coronado Park would be a 2024 project. So, Dr. Volan's suggestion would fund the most immediate projects. So it would be the timeliest. And so I think if you just gave them the funds, that's how they would end up dispersing them.
Forrest, go ahead.
Thank you. So I think I understand Ms. Zolotel's goals. I do think, though, if we take that approach, then Kevin's question kind of becomes academic. We'll never get that money back if one of the things doesn't go forward, because they'll say, we gave us $4 million for affordable housing, and we're using it for affordable housing in all these different projects. So you can see that as good or bad.
You could say one of the 3 projects.
So in my preference would be, because we're trying to save money here, we're still $8.5 million over, would be that we drop the Coronado project and we go forward with the 2 other projects. And then they have received a very significant chunk of funds, and it's for 2 specific projects that are close in time.
I'm going to provide an alternative solution here.
All right, Mr. Rivera.
So I'm going to do the same thing that I did with, I don't know if you did close your ears, Meg, but with the coalition's funding. So I propose just combining all 3 of their requests and funding a certain dollar amount. Let's just do the same here. We're going to combine all 3 of theirs so it has the specificity, has to be used on these 3 projects, and give them a dollar amount, which I believe I heard was $5 million is what I heard Meg say. So I think that gives Cook Inlet the flexibility to leverage funds, which is a big thing that we're trying to do. And it provides the specificity so that if one of the projects doesn't fall through, then they can say, well, this didn't come through, so we're going to give you back the money.
Mr. Omar.
Yeah, but I want to be clear. The $59 million, we're over by $8 million, has them at 5.25 million. So what you're talking about is saving $250,000, which is great, but it's a start. But this is one of our largest. There's flagging that. I think getting us down to 4.5 million by getting rid of one project is more realistic. All right.
And what I would do is, if I were looking at these projects specifically, I would leave the $2 million for the small corners. I would eliminate the Coronado, and I would reduce the Mountain View Brewsters, because the Brewsters project puts us in at 25%. And that's actually a pretty high amount for
What number are you
investment. I would bring it down, if we're at 5.25 to 4.75 or 4.75 or 4.5, right? And that way,
I like that.
it gets us a more bigger number, it's closer.
So if you do that, are you going to say for those 2 projects, so and eliminate one, realizing
I think we say for 3 and leave some out.
for 3 for any portion of the 3? So Coronado might only be design money at that point because it is the furthest out, and obviously you would fund stack in, fastest results, obviously, and then move forward from there.
I think that's reasonable, Mr. Bond.
I still think it's cleaner if we specify the 2 projects moving forward, which should be 4.5, eliminate Coronado, because then we give everyone an opportunity to have sort of like a nebulous grant proposal where they submitted something and said, well, we have a number of projects that we could fund, and we're just asking for a dollar amount.
Right.
I just think it's not nebulous if there are 3. If there were, we could do anything we want with it. But I wouldn't want to limit them, say they're able to find funding for the Mountain View project, and then they could put 200,000 of the money we gave them into Coronado Park. I just don't want to limit that if they have good projects in mind. So I would prefer to do whatever the number is, if it's 4.5, and say you could use it on any of these 3 projects for affordable housing.
And I would add to that, again, what I said before, that there are some organizations who have a long history of working with who have a record of performance. And to me, the record of performance is a very important element to consider. And so where you have partners who have demonstrated deliverables and done the job that they said they would, more flexibility is in order and not out of line, I don't think. So.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If Cook Inlet, let's say it's 4.5, and Cook Inlet says, they take it and they say, you know what, it's really difficult to get the fund. Can we go back to where we just were on this thing? It's really difficult to find that extra money in the fund stack for Smaller Corners. So we're going to use that full 4.5 million. We're going to deliver Smaller Corners, and we're done. Will we feel that they have successfully met our intent?
That's a fair question. And so then that brings the question to the body, then should we put a ceiling to the amount that they ask for any of those specific projects without coming back? Right, because yes, I don't think we want them to be able to go and take, unless of course, here's an alternative view of that. They were able to take the 4 million we gave, put it into Smaller Corners, and free up the difference that would be more flexible for their other project, right? And
Maybe.
so,
I mean, it's a lot. We're putting a lot. I love Cook Inlet Housing Authority. I meet with them frequently. They're a great organization, but still, it's just human nature. It would be much easier to just take that 4.5 million, close out Smaller Corners, and then move on with their own priorities, which might not exactly match what we're going for here.
and so I think there, and we'll come back to this probably, is the line between be very specific, be very general, and what's the sweet spot of the.
I'd like to recommend, since it's almost 2 p.m., that we table this. I think we've spent enough time on it for now, and come back and see what money we have left.
But I think we did get
I think we assume it's around 4 or 5 and keep moving.
Okay. Crack that whip.
Okay.
Take the,
Now we're on to the mayor's office for fire mitigation. They had requested 2 million, and the current proposed amount is 2 million.
Okay. Just in the sake of getting to the number, I propose to drop it to 1.5.
No, I'm a strong advocate for this project. I agree.
And this was just on Parks and Recs land, right? Or
Not parking, represents public land.
I did want to remind y'all that you did talk about including some of this for potentially fire-wise to be able to fund some private homeowners in their program.
And that certainly was a topic of conversation, but it's a fraught with peril conversation because how does it get picked? And so some education money, the fire-wise education, it could be something that they use. But we would have to have a really thoughtful conversation about how we would distribute funds because there are 92,000 homes.
1.5.
Right. So
Okay, so we'll put it for 1.5, and then we'll work with the champions.
Well, so
Details.
my question is how much funding is left from previous tranches for tree removal? And so if there's still a budget left, maybe this one could be one that we reduce a little bit further. Do we have any idea what that number might be?
I don't think we have a specific number, but what we do know is the need far outpaces any amount of money we could come up with.
Should we put 1.5 and move on? Okay.
And again, a number of these are still fungible. Move towards the end, could go over.
Okay, the next item is Alaska Community Foundation hotel conversions to increase affordable housing. The total project, and these numbers might not hold true because I think the project has changed a bit, but when they first submitted it, it was 19 million for the total project budget, 15 million requested. I was going off the AR that was put before you last week, which is for 12.6 million. That's the current proposed amount.
Yeah, I would advocate that we keep it at that amount.
And is that, Felix, or Daniel, or Chris, could you say, is that amount what all of your elements add up to? Because some of those are like outreach and things that are not ACF, right? So what specifically is that for?
Yeah, so of the 5 different parts of our plan, this 12.6 is one of them, and that's for the conversion of an additional hotel.
Right. Okay, and then there's the, I'm sorry about that, the 3.4 for the guest house. And then there's the outreach, which I know this is outside of ARPA, but just so I can understand. The outreach is alcohol tax?
Yes,
Okay.
everything else is alcohol.
Everything else is alcohol tax, and you're going to give us the numbers on that. Okay, thanks.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair? Mr. Chair? I was talking to Austin. I was talking to Austin.
Hey, you still works.
Yeah. Okay. For the sponsors here, what if I know you have a particular hotel in mind? What if that hotel comes off the market, or for whatever reason they can't close on it? Could this money? Does it have to be 12.6? And could it go to like a couple of different hotels? Smaller hotels, other parts of the city.
So, I think for me, if we look at the economics of it, if we're purchasing a hotel here with, at least having part of the purchase of a hotel with this 12.6, and it's 150 units, that's doing the same math that Meg did on the other Cookingland housing, that's $84,000 a unit for something that can come up pretty quickly, right? We're not talking about 23, 24, 25. I mean, we're talking about by the end of the year. So,
Before the tank's ready.
yeah, right. So, and for me, this comes down to we can reduce the dollar amount here, sure, but it's either we spend the money on this, or we're going to be spending the money on other things that we probably don't want to, that are less efficient than spending it on a hotel conversion.
Can I ask another question?
Go ahead.
The home ARPA funds that the administration failed to procure, could they go to this? So if we reduce this by 3.4 million, because we're using the 3.4 million to close on the guest house, but we're hoping to get 3.2 million back. Could part of that go to this?
So I guess I will just echo. Meg probably feels a little bit awkward in this situation, but I will just echo something that Meg said at the work session that we had earlier, which is that home art funds, they're actually looking at leveraging those funds to pay for operations for a couple of these facilities. So it's already sort of planned. The COC is already planning to use those funds to braid in with the operations. So I would suggest that those funds be used as the COC plans. And if we have other funding that becomes available, then maybe we can purchase another hotel. But I would suggest using the home art funds.
I'll add that the nature of the building that's in discussions here, the way that the rooms are configured, they become self-sustaining because they're voucher eligible.
Right.
And so it's a unique opportunity to create a place that pays for itself.
I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that any way to we still have to find $6 million to save. Can we bring this down to 12 million? Can we bring this down to 11.5 million? Is there anything we can do to bring this number down a little bit?
Sure, I can go ahead and investigate that, but I would say this is one of those, let's come back to it later and see how we can finagle it.
I would say 12 million, but for the purposes of possibility, but yes, Felix is right, we should have a conversation about that. But I think that number could round down.
Can I ask a question about it? Does 12.6, my understanding is that particular site is a little more expensive than that. Does 12.6 assume already a philanthropic contribution beyond what we're paying? Or would we, the Muni, completely buy it on our own? Because if we, the Muni, are planning to completely buy it on our own, I would guess that we could get philanthropic support, given that we're making that major investment.
I can get you a response to that in 2 seconds.
Thank you, Felix. Let's come back to it.
I can offer that philanthropy will work with us on this.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting.
I
Okay,
don't want to speak further. I'd rather.
let's move on to the next one, huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, next item is municipality of Anchorage, Wi-Fi at parks and recreation facilities for $400,000.
So this one I put in there, and it's beyond parks and rec facilities, it's to harden broadband access into certain key areas in town, with primary use being in
We know what it's
recreation
for.
facilities.
Could you reduce it?
No.
Okay.
This, we could reduce facilities, right, but it's like, do you take the one out of Mountain View or Fairview or Eagle River, which facility do you remove? And so, for fairness sake, I think the answer is no.
Okay, $400,000. United Way of Anchorage Landlord Housing Partnership Program Phase 2, the liaison to landlords to provide supported housing. The total project is $2.6 million. They've requested $2.3 million, and the current amount is $600,000, which is the minimum amount.
That's $600,000.
This is, feel free to reject this proposal, but I'm looking at this and the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're all relatively small, except the fifth one, and I don't think any of them can be reduced. So if anyone disagrees with me otherwise, I think we should jump to the 2.5 million.
Okay, so we have
Here we go, Jerry.
$600,000 for United Way. $29.95.
Did you understand what he suggested? What he suggested was, let's look at the next 5 all at once. They're very low and unlikely to be adjustable, so let's just proceed with them as they are. The numbers they are, and then move down to the next big one, if that's agreeable.
Right.
Oh, so Shelley, you've made a change on this since we talked to 2.5. What? Where?
Just
Okay.
One down.
Let's go down to where Forrest recommended we begin, which is the expansion of mental health services in schools. VOA's application was, can you scroll down please, Shelley, so we can see it? Oh, I know.
One thing, that next one, the Providence Crisis Stabilization, is pretty big. Do you want to have a discussion on that?
Yeah, I meant 4 small ones and then the Providence, but I personally thought the Providence one was a reasonable number given the huge kind of, it's a big number but not relative to the whole project, and so I felt we could move past that one because I think it has pretty strong support, but if someone disagrees passionately, let's talk about it.
Okay.
Jamie, can you clarify, Jamie's sharing that she supports 600,000. Are you speaking about Providence or about the mental health in schools project?
The one Dunbar had just spoken about with the 2.5 million.
She's down low.
She's on mental health in schools. Okay. Okay, thanks, Jamie. So can I just explain those numbers there a little bit? Alyssa is here from VOA. She can answer questions if we have them. But the 3.3, I think, reflects 3 different applications to do mental health work in schools. VOA and 2 additional organizations. I shared with you guys some information this morning, sorry it's so late, about what those different applications would do. They could all function. We could have that many services because they just provide additional services in more schools. If we need to be selective, which I think we do, VOA's application I think is the best and is for 2.5 million. So that's what the recommended amount is, and that would go for 2 years.
Thank you, and I concur with Austin, and I think this is consistent with the fact that we originally piloted and funded VOA in under CARES Act, so it lets us continue our contribution in, and then puts it back to the school board to figure out how they want to make additional investments in mental health. We heard at the last joint meeting that they were working on that, so we're in there as a team player, and they can kind of figure out the rest.
Ms. Allard, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I am not keen with supporting this project at all. I do not like the direction of the ASB, and I don't want to, I'm not going to support this. I just want you guys to know that. I think they've made wrong decisions in the past 2 years, let alone decades. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. And just to note that this is done by a third party. It's a nonprofit, not ASD. They're just working with ASD to find the schools that they can work in, but they actually operate the program. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think Jamie raises a good point about how we should, we sort of quote unquote agree to all of these things, but not really. And how should we express our disagreement? I think at this point, and staff would correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to produce a resolution that has all of these line items. And if there's something you feel you want removed, bring an amendment to remove that line item. We'll vote on it on the floor. Is that generally agreed?
Yeah, one thing different, and this will be a little complex for staff to manage, that each one will have its individual section, each project, and then many of the projects will be grouped into larger sections. First, those that nobody has a conflict on. Then those that we believe member why. And then we'll have multiple sections, so it's very easy to bifurcate as we go through the process. We'll move this item, and everyone will get to vote. We'll move that item, that person will be on, etc. So, yes, and it'll be a little more complex.
Can I say one thing? This line got merged from a bunch of different projects. So if you look at Volunteers of America's original, the total project is $7.5 million. They requested $2.5 million, and the minimum was $1.5 million.
So then I'm going to step out on the ledge here and suggest that this is a very large project, is one that we could reduce by a couple $100,000 to help us get towards our goal. Not that I'm saying we do that, but it is one. They asked for 1 point something, and we've got 2.5. Yeah, we can do 2.
And would that be for Volunteers of America specifically?
Yeah. Let's do that.
So 2 million is the new number.
To VOA.
Okay.
Chair, this is Jamie. Can I ask a question, please?
Please, go ahead.
Do you have a time frame on when we're looking at bringing these amendments? Like, what's our time frame so that I can kind of figure out when we need to have these amendments ready?
The first time frame I think was June, and then the second time frame was July, and it now looks like
That's why I'm asking.
August. And so it's a moving target. Ideally, it's the first meeting in August. That's when the item was postponed to. And then if we're not quite ready, it'll be postponed to the second meeting, but we're getting close.
Can I say something?
Thank you, Mr. Drummer.
I actually think we are making really good progress today. We've got an hour left. If we get through this and we get to the number, I would suggest to the chair that she calls a special meeting and we do this. Some of these are really time sensitive. We need to get going.
I'm afraid we can't, because at the last meeting, we moved to continue that item to the meeting in August. And so it's off the table.
Specifically recommend do that.
But then
Yes,
it would
we
be up
have
in the
to-
air. We had to pick a date.
We reopened public hearing and noticed it for August 9th.
Right, and so there's a public hearing involved, everyone had to, and so there's practically speaking, we're 19 days or 17 days away from when we take these final votes.
Can we move on to the next one?
Wait, there's one last alternative, and I hate to suggest it, and that would be, we subdivide each of these into individual resolutions. The projects that are under, wait, hold on. Anything under $500,000 could be laid on the table and moved.
Please don't do that.
No, actually some of the most emergent issues are some of the largest dollars. So I think we do that.
I was just laying out the options.
All right, the next item
I call the
is
question.
funding to update community plans, including Girdwood, Midtown, and South Edition.
Felix, do you want to wait on this until Nick gets back, or do you think it's okay to discuss it now?
We get this now if we have questions. So.
Great.
The
Go ahead.
Nice to
Go ahead first.
I recommend we reduce this to $350,000, which is the minimum ask.
We'll make a note of what, sorry, were you going to say something?
Yeah, the minimum ask was for the Midtown neighborhood plan, but, right, then we added, or 300, then we added projects including South Edition and there was the Girdwood section, and so I think that the amount.
Saying no, so let's get it over.
Yeah, that's what I mean, we did at the 400.
Well, and then added some for South Edition.
Right.
Really watch that.
That is one number that you'd already discussed and kind of come to a conclusion on.
and again, Forces are recommending going down, but the going down, it comes away from the fact that we had a substantial amount for Midtown, a smaller amount for Girdwood, and then the smallest amount for South Division. Meaningful amount.
Can we come down a little bit on that Midtown number?
It's solid though.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, the Girdwood plan is a rewrite and the South Edition is an update?
It's a top off amount of money to help them
Top off
finish.
for the first one, but it's already underway? Okay. I would oppose reducing the Midtown amount. Midtown's tried a few times and it's never gone. It's going to require, because in Midtown in particular, you have a unique set of circumstances because there aren't a ton of residents. It's so essential to planning because it affects so many people, yet the residents and the people who can kind of volunteer and be heard, it is just very small. So
I'm just going to jump in with you and say I support Midtown having a robust process, and I don't want to shortchange it.
All right, we'll come back at the end. We're $4 million over.
Okay, 400,000 for the planning. Next one, Access Alaska, transition to independence for youth with disabilities. Total project 150,000, requested 150, and current amount 150,000. The minimum is 85,000.
Could we fund this one at the minimum?
Any objection?
I think I object. It's a small project. Yeah, I'm gonna throw back in my rhetoric back in my face. I think I want to do this one. I want to.
What is that quote? Well, we'll come back at the end.
We'll come back at the end. You can take the money away from all those disabled children.
Yeah.
Sorry, disabilities.
So 150,000. I think Mr. Stolt at the beginning said we can go through this once and then come back and go through it again, but this one.
Yeah, we're going to have to.
So Alaska Center for the Performing Arts, Broadway. I'll talk slow so Shelley can come there. Broadway Alaska and Workforce Development Initiatives. The total project budget is $820,000. Requested amount $361,000. The proposed amount is $200,000, which is just above their minimum.
I'd be okay reducing it by $2,160 to the minimum amount requested.
I mean, might as well.
I concur.
Sorry, I'm gonna annoy you guys. Can you repeat that again, please?
Yeah, we just reduced it by a couple $1,000s from the rounded number to the exact amount they asked for.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cross agrees. Okay. The next one is Umoja Co-working and Incubator, business co-working space located in Mountain View geared towards BIPOC and ESL. Total project budget $695,000. Requested amount $400,000. Minimum amount $290,000, and proposed amount $363,333.
So I'm going to propose something in the middle between the 290 and the 363. Let's just say, can we just drop it down to 330?
Can we do that for the next three as well? It looks like there's a similar sort of deal going on.
Okay, so we have 330 for Umoja, Campfire. It's currently proposed at 475. Total project 1.5. Requested amount 4.75.
425 next to that.
425.
425.
How about 120 on the next one?
Eagle River Elks Lodge. Total project budget 140. Proposed 120 now.
And then 140.
140 for the next one. Yeah.
Early learning for everyone. Total project budget 169,000. Now the proposed amount is 140,000.
Why does Partners for Progress not have numbers in it? Is that because we haven't recommended a specific amount yet? It's new.
I zeroed it out earlier when we to not vote for it in the first round, and then we reconsidered.
Okay, so Partners for Progress, this is to help purchase their existing building. 1.4 million is their total project budget, 730,000 was requested, and that is the minimum amount.
Can I,
Mr. Dunbar?
yeah, I just, they sent us a couple emails about this, about, you know, they think they can fundraise 730 and basically go half, and then that's, you know, I think this is more like the light switch kind of project, I think, versus the scale it.
And I would add that this is the project where if we invest in this, it takes off of their plate the annual cost of rents, which then literally directly turn into services according to them. So next, you have an alternate view.
What's the date that the ARPA money needs to be spent by?
2024.
Is it 2025? So on something like this, where the project is possible, but they have to fundraise, I would like to look at like just maybe a global drop dead date, that if they haven't made it happen, so we have time to get it back and reallocate. That's really my hesitancy, where the other funding is not yet secured.
Can I speak to that, Mr. Chair?
Please.
I don't think that's a bad idea. I think if we go forward today, myself and Ms. Alatel could reach out to partners and figure out a date, and that could be a line in this particular resolution for them.
Global, yeah.
Oh, you meant global for everything?
Yeah.
I think that's, okay. I was just thinking for partners.
Would it be possible, paying for half of a project, like a capital thing, is a little more than we've done for some of the others? Right,
Well, it's
like,
way less than what we did at the hotel purchase.
That's true.
Is like,
yeah, but that's because the meeting
Your microphone's not on.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just wondering if there's a way to reduce it, but if there isn't, I'm fine with that.
Just so you know, costs must be obligated by December 2024, which means for us, and they must be expended by December 31st, 2026.
Can you say the obligated date one more time? End of
2024.
End of 2024. So it would be my recommendation that anything we aren't comfortable having moved into obligation by June of 2023, we at least take up and think about bringing it back, because that gives us 6 months to re-obligate those funds prior to the deadline.
Well, that gives us a year on it. You said June 2023. Do you mean
2024? 2024, sorry, 6 months prior. Too many dates moving.
Okay, so we're 730,000 730,000 for Partnership Progress. Identity Inc., Identity Health Clinic expansion, total project budget 727,000, requested amount 500,000, minimum amount 200,000, and your current proposed amount is 350,000.
I'll suggest going down to 300.
Okay.
I don't. I think we should debate that one, but not right now. I may come back. That's one that I may ask us about.
Okay, so I'll leave it at 350,000 and write a note to come back.
No, I think we should leave it at 300,000.
Okay.
Yeah, leaving it at 3 and coming back is fine.
Okay.
Can someone describe the next one a little bit more?
The Last Works Partnership?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Last Works Partnership has been working really hard to actively recruit for work in labor trades, and they're doing recruiting with women, students, people of color in various communities that have historically been under-recruited. And so they did an incredible job with the CARES Act funds that we did by making reach into high schools, which was a new avenue for them. So this is their project. That's all.
I recommend 500,000.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think it's a good number.
All right.
I recommend 300,000.
Can I speak to that, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Delbar?
Their minimum was 465, and so, maybe we flag that one and come back if we're way over, but I think that 500 is a good balance between those two, between the proposed and the minimum.
Okay. Providence, Alaska House Permanent Supportive Housing, the total project is 20 million. They requested $1 million, and the current proposed amount is $1 million.
I think keep it where it is, it's a good percentage with big payout. For the next one, I mean, should our attempt to be when there's a minimum, I don't want to disadvantage those that identified a lower minimum, but should we do 475 there, or should we just continue with that sort of trend? Is everyone okay with that? Okay.
Okay, 475,000 for Henning.
This one, let's skip the next one because it's part of the. Part of the whole thing. Sorry, I should have finished my sentence. It's a Seahawk project. This-
No.
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
This is Common House. And this
No,
is.
Inlet, Cornell Park.
Oh, we took those out.
It's on our paper. I'm sorry.
On our paper. One
yeah,
step
so-
ahead of the paper.
Yeah.
So Covenant House, they did ask 2.4, we offered 3, so does that mean we should drop it to 2.75?
Can we come back to this?
2.4. I mean, that's a big investment.
Can we come back to this one maybe? I'm going to try to reach out to them and see if.
What, they literally, from their
They said
proposal,
minimum
that's
2.4.
2.4. And if we
And
give
that's
them an
a third of
Well,
opportunity,
he asked for
project.
7.6.
if we ask them, they're going to say,
No, that's
That's
the
the
total
total
budget.
project.
Oh, okay.
They asked for it.
Yeah, I think we put 2.4 and then we can always flip it.
that might have said.
I suggest 2.5.
100,000. Yeah, I think I would be more, but 2.5 is good or 2.4.
We're giving her 2.5.
I appreciate the dialogue.
Anchorage.
I suggest 100,000 for the next one.
Okay, and I don't know if Shelley got this on her spreadsheet. Anchorage Park Foundation has 2 projects, so I grouped them together on my spreadsheet. One is the developing a national heritage area for Taconic Creek Inlet. Total project budget
Or
is.
is there a conflict?
Okay, I think we did note that.
Yeah.
Is everyone okay with 100?
I prefer this one being right in the middle. Like,
What's the other one? I mean, is this one where we just combine the funds and just let them make
the
it
other one
happen?
is the just place names at 40,000.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. So you said 100, Austin, I'm sorry, I missed what you.
And I know that's the middle round, but
There's
this,
a minimum 75. So
Okay.
this project really does produce results for the next 15
What do you want,
years.
120? Yes.
First pass go 100.
125. We started on it's 125.
So here 100, going once.
125.
125.
Okay, Seahawk is next, we'll skip that.
And
Senate shop,
then
they're at the minimum.
the other Anchorage Park Foundation for the Indigenous Place Games at 40,000 was your proposed amount.
I'm gonna give you 30, but it's a small ask at the same time, so
The total project budget is 2.1 million.
I'm fine with 40.
And now this is another one where I've grouped 2 that won't be grouped on your printed version. The Anchorage Community Land Trust had 2 projects. One is for the commercial kitchen incubator. That's a $4.25 million project. It's currently, you've put it at $650,000. The other project is to provide the staffing that they've been doing for the last year with previous ARPA money to continue that at $390,000.
Is it possible we could just do $1 million total to ECLT and let them determine what works best for them?
I did
It's
talk to
a
them
small
about that.
reduction, but
That is possible.
Can I?
I guess I might, oh, go ahead.
I don't know if again, I see the goal here, but we really want them to build a kitchen. Like, we want a physical thing to come out of this. And so again, great organization. I don't think they'll do this, but we give them $1 million and they just use it for the setup shop, small business technical assistance.
Well, they could just.
I'm saying if you combine them into one, and then they say, well, we're just not going to do the kitchen portion, we're going to all put into everything else.
I can speak to that. They said that the setup shop is actually their preferred one.
Yep. And
Right, which means that, we kind of have, that's their preferred one, but we kind of prefer things like that are durable, and that are things like the food bank, actually bought a refrigerator, and it's just something to flag, like if we do it that way, then we just won't have a test kitchen at the end.
And
Can we
I'm
just keep them
for it.
separate?
Yeah.
And do 390 setup shop, that's the minimum. And then for the kitchen, what Chris, what you been saying?
I was going to say
550?
the kitchen one is one that if we do find ourselves at the bottom of the list with more available, it's one that I would like to advocate to increase, because the amount that they need is pretty high and it's a huge need in the community. And so I'm okay with us listing it wherever it's at, but I want to put a marker at the table that if there's additional at the bottom when we're done.
Where did 610 come from? Who made that up? No one
Well,
said that. So I
it's
think that was
split
an
between,
add.
you suggested $1 million.
Okay.
And so that's the total.
Is that the number people want? Fair enough. Okay, let's move on.
Oh, actually, if I may, Mr. Chair, Ms. Chair, one of the reasons I like the idea of somewhat grouping some of these projects is because if you list both still need to happen, what happens with a lot of these nonprofits is they're continually trying to fundraise and keep their stacks fluid. That's all I'm really suggesting. I'm not saying that we should say, you don't have to do both. I would actually say you still have to do both. Here's the total pot of money that you can figure out how to best leverage to make both happen. So I just wanted to provide that clarity. I wasn't suggesting that they would have discretion not to do both.
Yeah, like within those. Yeah, you can move them.
So we have 610 with a note to increase later if possible.
And just on that note, I would say, again, what Mr. Dunbar was suggesting, I don't want to get into a situation where they decide setup shop is most important. They spend $700,000 on that project and then reserve $300 for their.
We're doing 390. We're doing.
No, I understand that, but the conversation that just happened after that was more flexibility, and I want to be cautious.
Okay, so the next one is the Alaska Black Caucus Equity Center renovation. Total project budget is $2.6 million. They requested $1.3 million, and the current proposed amount is $1.3 million.
Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate everything that the Black Caucus is trying to do. My concern is more on the lines of, I hate to say this, but political, but the other part about it is we kind of already gave them money, and I'm concerned that they're getting significantly more amounts than other organizations. So I would like to request we either don't do it or it's very significantly reduced. I do have concerns about some other things that they've been doing that's not allowed, and I know that's going to come back for them to pay the MOA back.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I think if someone wants to completely eliminate this, they'll have to bring an amendment on the floor. I suggest, I propose we reduce it to 1.3 million.
I'm okay with that.
I think there's probably room.
1.3 is what you have for.
No, we have
1.39 almost 400, so I propose dropping it to 1.3.
Exactly.
My question is, since 1.3 is half, is this another where if we go in for half, they're going to fundraise the remaining?
Yes.
Or is it
Yes.
already secured?
They sent us an updated detail. I didn't print it out.
It's in this packet.
Yeah, so there's a ton of information they sent forward. And again, this is one where they were in the state capital budget with a substantial amount, and then the government vetoed that as well. And so there isn't so much back.
Okay, I appreciate that information, thank you. The veto and us coming back and fixing vetoes, I'm not comfortable with. I think that there's still the opportunity at the state level. The next budget cycle for the state will start before a lot of these projects are completed. So I'm not okay picking up simply the amounts because the state vetoed. So I just want to let you all know that I would be reducing any additional by that amount based on a veto at the state level.
I personally will speak just the opposite of that. I will advocate fiercely to ensure that we can help some of these projects get to successful. But I have a note from Kevin that he would like to see $500,000, quarter of the project. Ms. Davidson.
I was gonna suggest, see if there were other numbers. It sounds like we have 500,000, 1.3. We could settle on something in between there, that's 750. What do other people think?
Well,
go ahead, Ms. Wall.
Okay, for me, this is one of my top priorities. I think this organization does really good work. I think, to the point about being political, I think they host a lot of productive, non-political or nonpartisan conversations. And we just had a fantastic one recently on homelessness, and I participated. Felix, Randy, Jamie, and Cameron, and I just thought it was such a productive conversation. This organization also does great programming in the community. They just produced and published sort of a landmark health study, and I have included information about that that's in the packet. I also want to reiterate that I think it hits on a lot of those targets, those goals that we established: equity, economic development, revitalization of downtown. So I would advocate to fund this to the fullest level that we all feel comfortable with. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I speak?
Yep, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, I kind of want to reiterate that and also suggest that we still have a lot of projects and perhaps we want to flag this one and move on, but dropping it to 1.3 million is already $100,000, reduction, which is larger than some of those we've done. So I'm hoping we can put at 1.3 now and put a pin in it and move on to the many other projects we've discussed.
And last note I would make on this is that we challenged them to match the previous investment, and they did. And the money's in hand and purchase is complete, and all that legit. And so if the challenge is the issue, I believe they're up to the challenge. Ms. Alton.
I don't see the vetoed amount in the packet. So I thought that was what I was getting out of the packet.
Oh. I just brought that to the table because I'm following both processes.
Okay.
It was 500. It was 300. 300,000.
Okay, so I think I'm leaving that at 1.3, but flagging it for further discussion. As a time check, we have about a half hour left, and we're probably about halfway through this list.
30 to go.
30 to go. There are a couple big items, and then there are a lot of small ones I think we'll get through quickly. The next one is Alden subdivision, water and fire safety improvement, sanitary sewer improvements. The total project budget is $2 million. The requested amount is $1.5 million, and the current proposed amount is $1.5 million.
Ms. Davidson.
Maybe Mr. Cross wants to talk about this because I think this is his Oh, was it you, Mr. Soul? I'm sorry. I have a problem with this, not on doing it. I think it's a great idea, and in Sand Lake we have the same need, but it feels like we're just picking the community that could levy itself and helping that specific neighborhood. I don't understand how this got on here.
So part of it, they did vote to levy themselves.
Okay.
I think a couple businesses backed out, but then pushes an inordinate amount onto the citizens themselves, like 80. We've seen emails like $80 to $100,000 for each citizen. So these projects, numerous projects like this, right? And we just don't have a good mechanism for funding them. And they're pursuing multiple funding sources. So I would like to see something to them to get into that funding stack. They're looking at CDS, they're looking at, I can't remember, it was a new one for the last one.
In the packet.
And did you speak with ALU, because they were separately pursuing federal, like other utility funds or something to do this kind of work? Maybe not on this project, but for Sand Lake, I know.
ALU was trying to do the same as
Yeah.
well. So again, it's multiple funding sources trying to get this project done. And then what I'm looking for is, again, we have multiple communities like this. How do we move them forward? and this might be a test case, like, okay, we can get a little bit here, a little bit there, and slowly get there.
And I think there is opportunity to do sort of a better loan structure through AWU, which we were working on, but that's not gonna happen right now. So,
For reference, the reason why this project got in there versus others is the community submitted it through the application form.
and they did vote to levy themselves, which is different than what.
I should try, yeah.
I really also have heartburn. To me, this is a project we need to fund through our bonding process. We need to fund through the AWW state loan process. They can levy on themselves, the people who are probably, they tried, but some people pulled out. But it just, to me, this one is the hardest one in the whole packet for me to support because it's literally a small neighborhood of people that any other neighborhood has to pay for themselves. And I just can't grasp it. And so I do appreciate the idea of some funds. What could an amount of money do to begin their efforts or help them take the next level? But it's a lot of money that in any other neighborhood, folks would be told, pay for it yourself, of course.
Yeah, I just want to echo that, and I'm not taking off the table the idea that we fund something here, but the idea that they are the ones who submitted applications, so they are more deserving. It kind of reminds me of charter schools, where the most sophisticated parents, the ones that do the application and send their kids to charter schools, and that's great for people in the charter schools, but you end up with a lot of folks with less sophisticated parents and then who don't get the same opportunities. And so, for example, I'm sure that there are some trailer parks and mobile home parks in my district that have serious concerns with their water infrastructure. They're going to have to pay for it themselves. And they didn't know that this was the kind of thing when we asked for nonprofits and things to submit. I'm sure very few of them understood that, oh, wait, my trailer park could have got $1 million. It would have been reduced our fees. You see what I'm saying? So I do struggle with this because it seems like they applied because they are a pretty sophisticated group relative to a number of other neighborhoods.
Thanks. So hearing kind of the pushback on this project, I would recommend maybe going back and thinking about an amount, probably a smaller amount, like in the tens of thousands of dollars to work to strategically plan around this problem municipally wide. I think that would be a great investment and it might provide the mechanism in a shorter period of time because I have the same concerns. People often don't realize it, but Midtown also runs into some of these issues. So, and I believe at some point AWU was going to map where all the remaining levy on connections existed. So we could really complement some of the work they've done. They've just never had the bandwidth to do the strategic planning about how to tackle this wholesale.
Do we want to get us over $100,000 and
I think
I would support that.
So, and I still can't understand why this project was established as levy upon construction or completion. Why it wouldn't be when you connect? And so that to me is backwards from their usual practice.
Because there's no benefit to AWU for this project, and if there's a benefit to AWU, and AWU's going to do that project anyway, then it's pay on connection.
I see. So if it's
Well, they don't have the money, they need to collect from everyone, right? And they get it going. But if they just collect from some people.
Right, and what I think then I understand is if they had a transmission line going through, and then this is a side project, then you could levy upon connection. But since this is kind of a dead end, if you will, it's the end of the terminal, it's only to the back.
Can I ask a question for the folks that represent this area or just know this area? Is there still the possibility of more denser housing being built in this area? I mean, that's one way to reduce these fees, right? Is to have more housing built, denser housing built. Are they open to doing that? Or are there lots of things available that could lead more housing?
There's only one lot that is not developed. I think it's a sand or a wood lot or something like that. It's a business moment, so.
And in fact, in that area, there were some large lots that we were asked to zone for higher density housing, and we got raged at, and the mob came and they screamed and shouted, and in fact they won. We did not allow higher density development. It's in the area where the arsenic wells are and everything. So,
Okay, should we move on?
To be clear, you just put $100,000 towards AWUW for strategic planning on the issue.
Yeah, I wrote strategic planning for levy on connection strategies community-wide. I don't know, we could refine that language, but
I don't know if it was levy on connection, but it was.
Yeah, that's what it should be. That's what we want.
I'll get the language.
Yeah, we're not supposed to, but I think that's good. We can use on the mark.
Okay. Friends of Fish Creek Green Infrastructure Investment Project Feasibility Assessment Phase, total project budget $725,000, requested amount $725,000, current proposed amount $500,000.
Daniel brought this up as his top priority, but if you want me to explain the numbers, that might help people. So they originally, we were supposed to bond for this, right? And it was originally supposed to be, I think, $325,000, which would be from Cuddy Park, a study from Cuddy Park to the outflow. The problem with that is it's not the whole creek. And so when they put in funding for this, they put in funding for $500,000, which would be a comprehensive study, the whole creek, a feasibility study. The 725 included purchase of a parcel. In addition, that would be a key piece of maybe, sort of that green belt. I think Shelley identified there were challenges with that parcel. I would recommend going above 500.
So I did submit a response from the team to Shelley. They feel confident that if they're able to purchase that property, they can work with local partners and do the decontamination. That would be better if it was in their control. And they were able to identify who they want to work with on that.
So any objections to 500,000?
I think it should be 500. It sounds like Daniel's objecting. He suggested 725. I think in the interest of trying to reduce everything and try to fund more people, I think 500 is fair, but
I'll speak
I don't need to
that.
say that.
I would advocate the other way, that it's such a long-term project and there are so many priorities, but I'm willing to concede the 500,000 just because I think there's some equity there towards helping that neighborhood see some value out of this process. I would not be supportive of increasing, and I won't ask to decrease. But given the opportunity, I probably would support decrease. Right?
yeah, I think it's just worth us noting that Midtown Community Council opposes daylighting Fish Creek very strongly. So I'm okay with getting the study so that they have some more to chew on, but anything over $500,000, I think we would be not acknowledging their, and there's a lot of businesses that would have considerable expenses, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yeah, it's ecological restoration, it's urban renewal, it's a long-term savings. So, I think it's always good to hear from the community and help the process, but I think it's a very worthy project. So I hope we certainly would go any lower than 500.
And for my part, I just always see, are we going to spend $1 billion on daylighting Fish Creek for a handful of property owners in a small neighborhood, or the project I've been working on for more than 15 years, figuring out what the hell we're going to do with Campbell Street, the fact that we have a highway. And
Should we put 500 and move to the next one?
Yeah, that's fine. So right there, to me, there's a tension between those interests that it's always there.
Okay, I put 500,000 with a note to increase it if possible. The next one is a number you already did agree on at the last session. You combined the two Anchorage Coalition and homelessness projects, HMIS and the Housing Transition Coordinator.
Should we meet in the middle between the two, like we've done for others, or should we stick with 500?
I think so. I think I added. So this line is for both of them. So to do both of them, it would be 1.3.
3 projects.
There's 3 projects.
Yeah, there's 3 projects.
Did I get them all in there?
I'll just note that it's conflicted from this, obviously. Should we meet in the middle? Should we do 450 or 475? Or do people want to?
I just want to make sure I got them all because I only found 2. I think I found 2.
Yeah, we didn't take the third one out.
But I'm pretty sure it was 500 for all 3 is what I proposed, which 500 for all 3 assumes that the coalition is going to need to leverage quite a bit of funding to meet the gap.
I propose we keep the number there and move on. I think that
Okay.
we have an emergent situation with homelessness right now.
Right? Sorry. Fred, I
think this might be the last of the big ones. Childcare Connection, stabilizing childcare for thriving Anchorage now and in the future. Total project budget 9.1 million, minimum amount 5 million, current proposed amount 9 million. They did provide a lot of updated information, so I don't know if you have anything to add.
Mike's gonna start.
Yeah.
There's also.
Thanks. So I support the $9 million figure. I actually went back to Thread multiple times. I do understand that there are some federal dollars that are coming in, but even with the federal dollars, we're still running at a significant tens of $1 million deficit in childcare. As I said, I have very few priorities for ARPA. Childcare is one of them. It's the backbone of a strong economy. Not having childcare, of course, disproportionately affects women. And the cost of childcare keeps rising. And if you ever talk to anyone who's trying to use the state childcare subsidy, you will know it is a headache and a half. So I think this shows that we acknowledge as a policy position that childcare is important, that we're putting some skin in the game to try to close this gap, and that maybe we're acknowledging we need to take up, a strategic look at it moving forward. I believe the gap is one that, we obviously will never be able to address on our own, but coupling our money with the federal money, we're really putting in a small amount overall, and they have been doing a really good job of leveraging these funds to keep childcare capacity going. Thanks.
Ms. Eller?
Thank you. So one of the things is I realize that the child care costs are astronomical, but that's not due to the parents, it's due to the child care costs, I believe, taking advantage of parents. And the other thing is we have almost 6,000 to 7,000 kids that are no longer needing the child care. So I would not believe that $9 million is needed for this program. If the programs were able to lower their fees, the parents could put them in there regardless if they're men or women, single parents in general. But there's also an uptick in parents working from home that are not asking for their kids to have daycare when they come home from school. So I think that $9 million is not something that we should be supporting. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, and you have Austin and Forrest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So actually, these workers are some of the lowest paid professionals in the workforce. The average pay for a person working in childcare is $13 an hour with no benefits. Even with that poor pay, they are still not able to provide affordable childcare to people. And that is because childcare is one of the most expensive things that a worker faces. So this is a workforce issue, and it's a childcare issue, and it's also, as Ms. Zalatel said, I was just talking to someone from the administration about this on the break, that if there isn't childcare, it impacts mostly women who cannot go back to work. So I think it's incredibly important that 90% of brain development happens in the first 5 years, which is what this is for. And I'll just note that in terms of the amount, it seems very high. I'll remind everyone that, we are looking at funding over $15 million for homelessness. Families and workforce was one of our top priorities. This hits the two buckets. And in terms of the calculation from Thread, there are about 450 programs across the state. And, I can get into the math, it'll get tricky. I guess basically it would just say that this $9 million plus paired with a federal amount, Megan and I corresponded with Stephanie, would still be lower than the amount they're looking to bring in to sustain all childcare facilities. Thanks.
Thank you. So my question is for Shelley or Claire. Do we have a running total right now of sort of
35, 52, 97?
So, no, what I'm looking for is, if we can, the total we have saved so far.
Oh.
Can we do that so we know? Because right now, we knew we were at 59, we knew we had to get down to 51.
Yeah.
Have we found 8 million yet?
Right, like what are the others?
How close are we to 8 million? Because after this, it's right, it's all kind of nickel and dime from here. There's a couple of ones that are in the few $100,000 range, but for the most part, they're very small. And so is there some way to total what we have, quote unquote, saved?
Well, let's just add the
Do you want to put a pin in this one while Shelley works and move on to the next one?
Well, if you add the remaining requested amount, which is almost $16 million, we would be right at 52 million.
With the 9.
Yes.
No, you're 9,168,500 in that column. Do
No,
the proposed.
I'm at 15,992,745 in that column. The sum at the bottom.
Yeah.
I've summed the remaining requested amount at the bottom.
Right, and Austin just asked if we took that
No.
9.168 down to 9.
Oh, you did include the 9.
And so,
Okay, so take 168,000 off of that.
Yeah, you're still, because it's a little bit too far from me, Steve, so it's almost 36 million plus 16 million, so we're at 52. And
Yes.
then
And what's the very
back
close?
out another about 200,000 out of that, so we're at like 51.8 right
but
now.
when we go with, could we go with the proposed amounts column? Because we were somewhere between the requested and the proposed is where we've been landing.
Yeah, we would be very far below. 12.5.
Which then puts us up to 47.9 or 48, which leaves us a margin.
Wait, that wasn't proposed, wasn't that?
She was using requested, I think, so.
Oh.
Yeah,
So we're there. The
Originally-
gist is we're there. Let's keep going with the process we have, and then we can come back to others.
So leave it as it is and then come back to it if we need to reduce it.
No, what it looks like is we've reduced enough that we can fund everything else at the proposed amounts and still have formula left to use.
But for thread, leave it at 9 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe, because there was an error in their math that was that one.
Wait, we need to double check.
We need to double check.
Yeah, so
Just rolling through. Okay, let's, what are the others?
So for that one, we put 9 million reduced later if needed is the note.
Yeah, so the 9 million reduced from 9,168.
I want to say something really quick about the 9 million. I support it. I volunteered on the legislative committee for the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce, and every year they send out a survey to their members, and we take that information and we advocate at our annual fly-in to Juneau. And that was one of the major barriers to workforce development that was identified by the business community was the lack of access to quality, affordable childcare. So I support that. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Randy?
So, I was looking at, is there a sustainable part to this project? Or is it a short term?
I can respond to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's short term, unfortunately. And so we talked with Stephanie at Thread about that and said, our colleagues are looking for something transformational. Her first comment was, I thought your colleagues were looking for something that supported workforce, family, housing, and the other goal, and this does. But yeah, I think the problem is that the industry was never in good shape. COVID made it in worse shape. We kind of forget because we're all either vaccinated or not and moving on and life feels different. But for kids, little kids, they just got their vaccines approved. So a lot of kids are not vaccinated at all. So they're still dealing with the sickness and the shutdowns and then people leaving work and then care closing. So they're kind of in the middle of what we were all in the middle of a year and a half ago. There are plans afoot. I know she's working with Senator Murkowski. I've done that advocacy too. There's a lot of people working on long-term change. But if these businesses shut down, it's going to take a lot more to open them back up.
So I guess to be a little self-serving, if we reduce this from the 9 million, I'd appreciate some of it goes to the bigger little barriers, that is sustainable. So, just a comment.
Thanks.
And again, if we're on the trajectory that we're on right now, it very well may be that we have a small balance to contemplate where, even if this at 9, where those dollars may go.
Do we want to talk about, since it's 5 till, is everyone okay extending? I mean, I think we're getting there.
So I think if we can at least get through this list, so we don't have to try to reboot this
Do we need to
process.
make a motion?
To work
No,
session.
for work session. Okay, let's keep going. Dangerous. No ceiling.
There is a ceiling, it's called our attention.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Can staff stick around?
I got a date.
It's not weird to take 12 people at once.
No, I was just completely kidding. Alaska Literacy Program, Welcoming Center of Anchorage. This was several projects that were combined. One of them had a capital request and one was just for planning, so the numbers are a little skewed. The total project budget included a capital amount, and that's $2.1 million. This was Ms. LaFrance is one of her top projects, so she asked me to do some research on it. I think at the last session it got reduced down to $400,000 for doing a feasibility study and pre-development work. And I talked to some people who work in this area, and they thought that could be done for $150,000. And this idea is very new, so it would just be bringing the groups together to start this discussion.
Ms. Zeldin.
So, thanks. But there was another one that supported their operations. Is that in here too then? Or it's
so their current
Alaska Literacy Center.
Alaska Literacy Project,
Two different things.
their current facility needs upgrades
Yeah.
Immediately. So that is one that you've already put on the list. This one would be more long-term, to do a feasibility study with these partners to move to a new location, but that would be many years off. And Mr. Rivera is the chair.
Yeah, so this is why we initially didn't have ALP on here, because we didn't want to get this confused with the other ALP projects. It's nothing to do with the other ALP projects. This is sort of ALP taking the lead, convening a variety of different nonprofits and community partners to develop a welcoming center. So, yeah, very different from.
Okay, so this is the welcoming center versus the ALP projects.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's the clarity I needed.
Yeah.
I support that at $400,000.
Yeah, I don't want to go above that number.
Okay.
I was going to bring up something else. We're at $400,000 for that. Next up, Livewire Alliance Foundation, and it's $29,999 is their total project budget, and then $29,999 is current.
Yeah, I'd say for good bookkeeping, let's add $1.
I guess it makes sense. I went down to $25,000.
I mean, 25 could be okay. It's in between the minimum. It's closer to the requested amount.
Any objections
Die on
to
that
25?
Yeah, I
This is
don't.
all-
It's a small amount, vision really impacts learning. There are so many things that I could.
That's such a good point.
Entitlement
You must be a
schools.
professional.
Entitlement
he's-
schools, man, this gets
Yeah,
entitlement
it's cool.
schools, the place where they just don't get the same level of service.
That'll be such a companion to the child care investment.
So the real question I have is, how do we afford glasses for these kids? Are they Medicaid funded? Okay, that's good, because glasses are a cheap deal.
Also, Lions Club does it. Oh,
Lions Club does a ton of donating glasses as well.
That's so cool.
Visit Anchorage, Alaska Native Cultures, Frontline Training Development.
Keep it where it is. Move to the next one. Same.
I'm sorry, can I just say
All
something
say
else?
10. That's all.
Can I say something on that one though?
This is totally different, but I want to make sure, it's great that this Anchorage is doing this. I want to make sure they're working with the Native Heritage Center or something like that.
I have the same concern.
I'm almost willing to change who gets this funding.
As background, Visit Anchorage just submitted a list of things they kind of wanted to support, of ones that were already turned. They didn't really actually apply, they just gave me a list of things that they really heavily support. So I'm sure that this does have another partner that would do it, so we can check in on that.
Can we just change it to Alaska Native Heritage Center?
Well, I'm not sure
that they asked
Yeah.
for it. Yeah, we don't know that they asked for it.
Clarence, you have the bandwidth to, or some, does anyone have the bandwidth to talk as you move between now and Tuesday? Or I guess, or no, get to August, we'll figure this out. We'll talk about it.
I'll mark that one, do the research. Arctic Heat Softball, Eden River, Chibiak Youth Softball at Loretta French. Total project budget $300,000. Minimum amount $200,000. Your current proposed amount is $300,000.
Before we move on to that, I just want to read what they had on their list for it. It's a contract. Promote standalone training modules to better educate newly hired seasonal workers and resident employees on Alaska Native cultures, the land culture and vocabulary, regional history. So the funds would ultimately end up in the hands of a contractor who is, they wouldn't hire, Nine Star to do this. So we can assume.
We're talking about softball?
I just took a
No.
No, we're still talking about it.
I wanted to read what they
I
said.
know, I thought that. Okay.
And what they said was a contract. And so I would take Alaska Native Heritage Center off of
We're out
there.
of time, we gotta keep
I didn't
moving,
realize I
so.
actually changed that.
Yeah, just leave it as.
We did change it.
Anchorage.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could talk to them or.
I'll talk
let's
to them.
go.
Okay, softball.
Softball, current proposed amount $300,000.
Do we want to meet in the middle? Do we want to stick with 300? 250? 250.
Thank you, guys. I think 250 is reasonable.
I think, Jamie, what is it for again? Meg's asking.
Yeah, so what they do is they go across the state and where everybody comes to compete here. They're putting in the scoreboard, they're redoing all the diamonds, they're putting in new dugouts, they're promoting more. It's a 501c6. And then they're reaching out to all kids, and they're trying to be able to get those kids who can't afford, and the families who can't afford, to be able to scholarship and fund those to participate in softball as well.
Awesome, thanks, Jamie.
And there's specific managers developing and promoting youth softball infrastructure, field equipment, and camps for kids aged 10 to 18, impacting players, families, and veterans across the municipality. So the camps part of this actual engagement.
Okay, 250. Everyone likes it.
Move on. Next project, Robert Creek Community Council, South Potter Marsh Visitor Site. Total project, 1.7 million. Requested amount, 780,000. Current proposed amount, 780,251.
Ms. Alto.
Yeah, I'm, great visitor site, but I mean, if we're going to be at all investing in anything that is eligible for public restrooms, I would not support a single site and would want to be looking citywide. Because it says portion may fall under other eligible uses such as public restrooms. Sanitation facilities are great, but we need them citywide, not just at the visitor center.
I think that was your note. What? No, that's part of the.
Meg, are you suggesting reducing this total and then putting 250 aside for public restrooms throughout the city?
250 would not have one that.
Well, we know from our prior attempt to bond for public restrooms that they're more than that, but I have to say, putting amenities at a visitor site when we have around health and sanitation, when we have health and sanitation issues citywide, makes me a little bit nervous, or I don't feel okay with it. That said, it said $95,000 is enough to make it go.
Yeah, I think part of this is for that south turnout as you head down Turning Arm, to put something in that area, which we, as a lot of bird watchers, and we'll use it. So,
another piece to that, I think, as we heard previously, these are for elements that couldn't be paid for by the public monies that are coming through. And so it might be worth investigating if public monies can in fact pay for toilets, because it is a place on the map. And maybe the answer to the question, when we put forward the bond proposal for toilets, it wasn't a very well thought out plan. It was the best we could come up with as a small strategy. Maybe we do at some point put together an actual plan for toilets that we invest some money in and get some professionals looking at how would we do this, so that when we do go back to the bond, there's an opportunity to convince the bond, the voters.
I can support it at the minimum amount. It seems like if this is also a visitor site, there needs to be a conversation with Visit Anchorage, other entities that are interested in this being a visitor site with amenities. We have lots of visitor sites, we have lots of places without any amenities, period.
I would like to see a little bit more than 95,000 to support this.
Yeah, I would too. I think this gets that economic development, tourism. I don't know.
Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I would support keeping it its current amount going forward. I will say, if you look through here, kind of look at the total of these projects, there is kind of a trend here where things that are going in East Anchorage or Midtown or downtown are sort of things like affordable housing or homelessness facilities, things that are kind of designed for kind of the city as a whole to use. And then if you look at some of the ones in other parts of the city, they're amenities that sort of make them prettier areas. And there is that kind of inequity in these total projects. That being said, I'm comfortable with the current amount unless we need to come back and find savings later.
Which current, you're talking about the full amount? Or the
780.
Ms. Davis.
I was just wondering where, I know we already did this exercise, but do we need to further reduce? I guess, is this a top priority for ARPA? I don't know, but it's a good thing, economic development, et cetera. I really like how the body has been working together and that we're supportive of each other's priorities and we have a variety. So if we can keep this where it is and aren't going to go over, I would like that. I feel like we're working really collaboratively and that feels really good and for what it's worth.
But to Mr. Dunbar's point, I think that a project, and I don't know who could take this project on before we get to the final vote over the next 2-3 weeks, would be to map the projects, maybe to code them for what kinds of projects they are, and see visually how we're proposing investment. And because that might help us answer, I think at the end of this whole process, when we get very close, we should walk through the entire list again with the framework of these were the goals we set out to do. Did we achieve them with each of these projects? And so anyhow, seeing it visually might help. Really helpful.
In the interest of time, we made a note. Shelley has already done a lot of that, but we'll redo it with these new numbers and get that to you really soon.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, when we're developing these bathrooms, and I'm kind of supportive of this, they do this in Europe, and it's a good thing. People have to pay a small amount to use them to keep the maintenance. But my other question would be, are we looking at perhaps putting any of these bathroom facilities? I have to check with the community in Eagle River or even down in Girdwood.
I think that that's the point that Meg was making when she said, wait a minute, if we're going to put in a bathroom here, we sure as heck better be talking about sanitation facilities where they're needed across the municipality, which gets to the question of do we have a plan, because we tried to put this on the lawn before it failed. So, Ms. Ellen.
So maybe I can offer a compromise. So one of the things it says is revenue replacement. So depending on where we end up, perhaps one of the things we add to the project list, if there's space or we can find space, is $100,000 to look at this question and make a strategic plan to address public restrooms and sanitation in our city. I think everyone keeps coming back to the fact that we need it, but we don't ever make the time or set the planning ahead. I know it wasn't submitted in an application. However, I think this exercise has brought that to light.
Absolutely. And so that, Jamie, I think gets to the point of your question, which is, did we contemplate putting these in other places, the River, downtown, et cetera? So the answer is we recognize now that we have an opportunity and it's making it at least in some way on the list.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
So we have a amount of keeping that.
So did that get us all the way through?
What?
We have a few more.
No, we're still on the Potter's Marsh for 780.
780.
Can you, yes,
780 flat. Okay. Anchorage Ski Club, Arctic Valley Trailhead, Summer Visitor Services, total project 110, requested amount 90, proposed amount currently is at 90. Any objections to 90?
Yeah, let's just say we're 90 on that one. That's a reasonable amount.
Okay. Hilltop area surface conveyor lift, total project 140, requested amount 70, current proposed amount 70. Any objections to 70? Okay. Anchorage Glacier pilots, clubhouse replacement, total project budget 500,000, requested amount 50,000, current proposed amount 50,000. Any objections to 50,000? Okay. Chugach mountain bikers, rebuilding, reestablishing, and expanding the Chugach River Trail System, total project budget 50 million, requested amount 1.5 million, proposed amount currently is at 750,000. Any objections?
I don't object, but there was 2 columns over. I was hoping you could add some language about ensuring single track access. Ms. Ellen.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
Understanding check their email because this is primarily for paved trails and connecting the sections that are written. They actually have a very robust single track system that they don't feel the need to be funded at this time.
Right, and that's on the other side of the highway. So I'm not saying it has to be funded, but I want it to be an element within their planning process.
Just a quick question. So the trail system, I support this because this falls outside of the AMAX area where we do trail replacement, but have they considered how they're going to keep it up once we invest in it?
There.
Their Parks and Rec, but current trail pavement replacement is in a bowl is paid for by AMAX. So it's just something to consider if we move forward with this, because we find that the trails aren't terribly durable. They get replaced on a fairly robust schedule. Thank you.
And just a philosophical note, the Matsu is becoming an MPO, and it's very likely that there's going to be a bridge built between the two MPOs, not a physical bridge, a functional bridge, which will require
Someone pays for it.
right, which will require some work. So this area may in fact soon be incorporated into that work flow.
Okay, so 750,000.
That's the math.
Nordic Ski Association technology equipment upgrade to support youth participation in Nordic skiing. Total project budget 50,000. Requested amount 25,000. Current proposed amount 25,000. Any objections to 25,000? Gamer sports travel, Mountain View Fieldhouse. Total project budget 1.5 million. Requested amount 1 million. Proposed amount 350,000. Any objections to 350,000? Dream Big Academy, Airport Heights PTA, Restoring Family and Neighborhood Engagement and Education. Total project budget 55,000. Requested amount 55,000. Current proposed amount 35,000. Any objections?
Yeah, just a quick question, and maybe this will go to you, Meg. So what's the scalability of this? You don't know? Okay.
I am not a very good PTA member at the moment.
I'm not going to come in and oppose this project, but it feels like one of those projects that's micro-local.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about the scalability, because maybe we just flag this to see if it's scalable, and if it is, then maybe we up it so that other Title I schools can get
right. Because Fairview PTA barely exists, and it's so hard to get the families.
Five people.
Yeah.
Let's be real clear. 5 people in a Title I school.
So I'm making a note, and we can do research and contact that project to get a little bit more of that answer. Girl Scouts of Alaska, safe and healthy environments for girls and families. Total project budget 70,000. Requested amount 50,000. Proposed amount 50,000. Any objections to 50,000? Anchorage Library Foundation, the Alaska Room at Lusac Library. Total project budget 1.7 million. Requested amount 50,000. Current proposed amount 50,000. Any objections to 50,000? Friends in Serving Humanity, restocking the fish food pantry to feed families in need. Total project budget 50,000. Requested amount 25,000. Current proposed amount 25,000. Any objections to 25,000?
I don't have a opposition to this one, but then if we turn over to this book for us is the next page. I think starting at the respirators, correct? I would propose we just take this page as a whole and ask, does anyone have any opposition to anything on this page?
So for my part, I would add $1,000 to our increased project.
Before we move off the current.
I'm sort of not making a motion, but I'm asking, are people okay with that approach? Can we take this page as a whole?
I'm okay with that, but Ms. Allen, okay.
Before we move off of fish, I would love to add a note on that one in particular to ask them if they could try to leverage that against community donations, please. I think that our investment could be probably doubled if they just are asked to make the ask.
Okay, I got that. So from here on out, does anyone want to change one on the rest of the list?
You have at least 60 seconds.
Yeah. Sure, well, I'm ready. So,
Usually you're advocate.
So, on the Visit Anchorage circular transit route, I don't have a necessary a dollar amount right now, but I do want to flag this one if we have money left over to see if we can pump this one a little bit, because as I understand the route right now, it's predominantly, I don't know how much it encapsulates Midtown or Spinard or maybe other parts of town where it'd be cool to get our tourists going. So if we need to up that, if we have extra money, that's what I would propose.
Botanical garden.
Ooh, I like that.
Drop them in the woods.
So I would love to add $1,000 to our entries, which brings them up to their total ask, the total county project, and project that's not on there, like the toilets that I'd like us to consider adding, again, we don't have to add it to the total at this time, would be $500,000 to code abatement for abatement of nuisance properties. We have that fund we've created, we've spent it, and they've done an amazing job. And so we'll have a briefing and a work session on that before we get to the vote on this item. And
So there I was at a work session, and Mr. Constant proposed we increase the Arctic entries by $1,000, and I agreed. Thank you, Johnson.
You can tell that story in 7 minutes. Yeah. 7 minutes. 7,000.
On the code abatement one, I actually think that's a great idea. Can you just, since you're in contact with them, ask them if they could come forward on the fund about ways that we could actually maybe invest the code abatement money so that we could get it spin off money so we don't end up in zero again?
So there is a work session coming up, and I will reach out to ask them how they might strategically help us make that better.
Thank you.
All right, so that's it. I'm gonna pass it over to Shelley to run through. She's just coming up with some new totals.
Can I ask a question? So the recreation one is on here on the paper version, but we already dismissed some of those, right? So just ignore that paper version. We're done with everything.
We've gone through all the ones on
Great.
our list. It looks like we still might be over a little bit, but
okay.
Oh no. Okay, Shelley, go ahead.
That's not possible.
If my calculations are correct, we are at 48.6 million, so that leaves us with 3 million in cushion. And I included the 100,000 for sanitation study and 500,000 for abatement.
Ms. Ellen.
I want to toss it out. We don't have to decide what to do with the cushion today, but sanitation and public restrooms, that would be a heck of a seed account to get that going. It doesn't mean we could have it because of the way it's spent. We could get the strategic plan and then we could put the plan into place. And I think what we can do is not only leverage this money. We tried to bond before for it. It didn't work, but I think that will be the way that we can keep them, moving forward beyond just an initial investment in them. So it has been one of my top priorities since I've been elected is public restrooms, both as a parent, particularly at Westchester. By the time you get those kids down there and then out back to where they can find a public restroom and out of their ski clothes, like skating's over. And just being a recreational trail user, walking down the trail, and there's nothing for miles. So.
Yeah, I think we're coming to the end of this work session, and perhaps we're going to need another one to sort of put a bow on everything. And I'll say I am a little bit nervous about, for some reason, I just have my spidey senses is tingling that we're a little bit off on the math here, and I know that we're doing it all on the fly. So I'm hoping that we go back through and we don't end up a little bit over. But I'll say, if there is that sort of cushion, I agree with Ms. Alatel that $2 or $3 million of public restrooms would be transformational. It'd be a large drop in the honey bucket.
So I am going to stop the inputs on this current list. We're going to schedule another work session. Yeah, so let's get to the final number.
We'll figure it out.
That's not, but let's assume that we may be over or under some at this point. And what's going to happen is staff's going to go through and work closely to make sure the spreadsheets are accurate in where we are. Then I think what should happen is every member who believes they might have a conflict will send this list out to folks once it's to the next level of draft. You send back to the planning or to the staff which items you believe you have a conflict on. And so then what we will do is begin establishing Section 1, A, B, C, D, E, which everyone can vote on. Section 2 will be the version member X can't vote on. Section 3 will be the version. So then we will get closer to that process, but we will have another work session. We might get some new numbers right now. It's like election day. Waiting for the refresh.
A couple of scheduling things. I need to do the calculation. I think the next meeting would be August 9th. That's when you're supposed to have a document. So that means the 28th at noon would be the deadline to get it in the agenda, and the 4th at noon would be the deadline to get it in the agenda. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So,
So that's Thursday.
yeah, we would be past deadline, but next Thursday, you do have a work session from 10 to 11 on Title 23, and then nothing else that day. The next Friday, the 29th, is supposed to be a no meeting Friday.
I like how we have that rule and you guys just put something on Thursday. I was like, wait a minute, this schedule is not supposed to be that way.
But I think the vacant, that's the work session on the title, the abatement. So I'll verify, but I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Ms. Zelda.
So this has to be a public hearing item, meaning if it's to be introduced on the 9th, if we could get it into the regular agenda or the addendum, we have public hearing. I mean, the idea is to vote on it as well on the 9th. So I'm just kind of walking the calendar back. It looks like there would be room if we needed to take this back up after it's already introduced, if it got introduced on the agenda or the addendum. The 5th appears to be open on a Friday. To work session it one more time if necessary.
I wonder,
We do have a lot of work sessions.
There is an update on the calendar.
See, we were right.
And I'm good.
Our Peter Tingle was right.
You were
oh, so
right.
we're still over.
But only by 809,000.
Only.
So,
Would it
go ahead.
would it be possible to have another shorter than this work session on Wednesday that could be noticed on Monday to finalize everything? I don't know how people's schedules are, but then we could have a product we want to put in.
Wednesday the 27th, your schedule is completely open except that it's the day after a
No,
meeting.
we have ethics and elections, and we have ethics and
sorry.
elections until 1, and so we could do after at 1 or 1:15. And Shelley, I would hope we stop doing the math right now and you go closely through it and
So I'm
get it
gonna-
accurate.
I'm gonna help solve 600,000 of that 800,000 gap. Let's just go ahead and reduce the 12.6 million for the ACF to 12 million.
Oh,
We already did.
it was already there.
What the heck?
What?
I never agreed to that.
Wait, I have a suggestion.
Go ahead, Jamie.
But I know that everybody wants this daycare for $9 million. Would we be opening just to reducing it? To make the difference so we can move on and.
Well, I'm not really, I mean, maybe, but I'm not really clear on where we are on the math, and I feel like we should give these guys some time to actually not have us all talking and figure it out. And then I think we could regroup, even if it's quick. Maybe it's 1 p.m. on Wednesday, and we hold the election. Is the elections meeting here, or it's gone?
It's,
Do you know how
usually it's
you're-
down at the election center.
Because we could just hold it here, and then, although we have to change the thing.
That's fine.
It's listed at the elections.
I mean, we should have it here anyway, I don't know why we need to drive down there, but,
It's just traditionally down there, but because that's where the election's happening. But we can, and so that's the plan. I'm just gonna start it going forward, is we're gonna let staff have the opportunity to scroll through and make sure everything's accurate. We'll get to a final number, then we'll come back, and if we need to tailor down or up, we'll do that at that meeting Wednesday at 1:15. So help me get that scheduled, and then at that point, we will make the final determinations as much as we can in the committee or the work session to make the final options. What I was thinking is if we have a public hearing to schedule, and we have this set for public hearing, we need to get this out as soon as possible. And so it's better to take care of this next week than the first week of August, so that it's actually published and the members of the public have a chance to see it. And so that should be our goal. And
Because
if we
we're
need
really
to,
close.
yeah, we are.
Yeah, we just meet on Wednesday for an hour and we get the new number.
Are we, for the next week's work session, are we gonna be able to provide some of the analytics that Chris and others were?
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Okay.
So, Ally,
Yeah, I just have a quick question about public testimony and thinking about following up with applicants. When I should have this on. When it comes time to follow up with applicants and let them know that this draft resolution is on the agenda, there are going to be plenty of applicants that haven't made it to the list, and so maybe just to put that seed in your minds about like what that might look like in terms of communicating back with applicants, letting them know next steps in the process.
And for my part, I would suggest we communicate back to applicants after the final decision is made, that instead what we do is we submit notice of the public hearing and the draft resolution as it is. I don't think we make any statements about who's funded or not. Use the document itself in our notification as the item before, and afterwards we'll send out a letter, email that says, thank you, or we're sorry, or congratulations.
One other question, once you have the public hearing, would you like to schedule one more work session in case you want changes? No?
But yeah, no, so if we can't come to a vote, then we would schedule a work session based on what's needed.
Yeah.
But the assumption is we're gonna hear it and vote on it and land it. And so that's the assumption baseline, and then from there we can amend. All right?
Chair, can I get clarification just so I know that I get whatever analysis the body wants? I have area statistics, assembly categories, ARPA categories. When I do that, do you want to see the project descriptions by those areas or just numbers?
For the resolution?
No, for analysis sake. I think Felix wanted to see an analysis next week. Just so we have an idea of what we're.
For me, I think it would be helpful to have numbers.
Just the numbers, okay.
A key in that list. Anything else for the good of the order? Thank you everybody for adding an extra half an hour, and thanks for flowing with the flow because we really finally got there, I think. Anyone on the phone have any input? Hearing none.
Can I just say, I think I already said this, but I just feel like we're just working really well together, and I love that people said their priorities and we all worked hard to make those happen as much as we could. So I just like it when we're in this vibe, and these late afternoon work sessions tend to get us there, so good job.
Yeah, it could have been more painful, but it wasn't. It was good. Thank you.
Well, the only thing that's changed is Daniel's.
I think I bring it to
Well, with that then, we are adjourned, and everyone enjoy the rest of the day.